Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 5:30 p.m. And I can confirm that we actually have full quorum because Councillor Cloutier has joined us from, where are you, Monty?
In the Prague checks.
How about that? This is a first. And it's late. It's nice. It's a good hour where you are. Thank you for joining us. That's
No
great.
problem.
So I would like Councillor Schumacher, if you wouldn't mind reading the land acknowledgement, that'd be great.
Not a problem. Okay, can you hear me? Am I close enough? Maybe I'll move this. Okay. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Thank you, and it was a great day last Wednesday on the 21st.
It was, and thank you for mentioning that. It was it was a really lovely day. We were lucky with weather as well. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, and Monty, I'm looking at you. No, Councillor Cloutier, I should say. We don't have any. So moving right along, we do have, okay, yes, it was, okay. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the regular council meeting agenda dated Monday, June 26, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, so our first invited presentation, in fact, our only invited presentation, is not with us at this point. So I think we should just move on to agenda item number 5, which is deputations. And if I could invite Barb Bridgman and Michelle Robertson. Thank you. Could you join us with Residents Against Muskoka Poverty? That would be terrific. Thank you. We have Yes, you do. We're real sticklers for that here. No, you'll see a little red light.
To put my glasses
There we
on
go.
for that. Okay,
That's
thank
perfect.
you. You think I'd know that after a term on council. Anyway.
Welcome, you two.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and thank you, council. This is Patty Natchew with me. Michael Robertson could not come.
In disguise as Michael Robertson.
Yeah, that's right. We're here today as an informational item for you, but also an ask at the end of our presentation. And it is a small group called Residents Against Muskoka Poverty. So a little bit of the background. Very quickly, I did run for office in the Township of Muskoka Lakes last term, and while I was running, I actually learned about poverty in Muskoka, and I had been here for 55 years, so my parents' property on Lake Rosso having no concept of the level of poverty in Muskoka. So at that point I said, let's see if we can do something small just to help a bit. So with very good friends and some full-time residents and part-time residents, we formed RAMP, Residents Against Muskoka Poverty. So if I can, next slide, please. So one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is, I do have to do it myself? Okay, I've got it. Sorry.
Look at that, Barb.
Okay.
You've got it.
So if you're as strict as we are in the township, I just lost 30 seconds of my presentation.
That's okay.
Okay.
We're not that strict.
Thank
Well,
you.
we are strict, but not that strict.
Okay, thank you. So people in poverty are often in survival mode, and it's something that I really came to learn. When you don't have enough food and you don't have a home, there is no ability to do anything else. And I'm sure most of you are aware of that, but a lot of people out there aren't. So, what we did was we formed RAMP, and the idea was that a lot of our lakefront residents have no concept of poverty in Muskoka. They don't really know about it, so awareness is one of our big, informational awareness is one of the things that we'd like to do. But the other thing we wanted to do was really zero in on an area that wasn't already being looked after by a lot of wonderful people here or focused on. So what RAMP does is we look for the organizations that are already running here in the District of Muskoka that will provide the education and tools for people to be able to lift themselves out of poverty once they have that stable food and shelter. So it would be education and training, debt, that kind of thing. So that's our purpose, that's our mission, and that's our vision. And we're staying very tightly focused on that. Everything is great. Food programs are a necessity. I hope everybody gives to them, but this is our area that we are staying focused on. So I won't ask for the next slide. Okay, so this is our vision and missions. And so we're hoping to have an impact eventually. And the bottom line is that when we finally had our discussions finish, it's about sustainability. And I know it's a word that's thrown around a lot these days, but this is our definition for sustainability. And it's a healthy Muskoka where generational poverty can be reduced significantly, and those people will be able to contribute to Muskoka. We have a region that has lots of services that are needed and people that need those services, and the more people we can employ in that area, the healthier we will be. So those programs that are focused on lifting people out of poverty need to be financially sustainable. We have 7 programs that we've identified so far and we support, and all of them run on year-to-year government funding or 3-year government funding. And we also know that our permanent residents would never be able to sustain those programs on their own. So part of the focus on our seasonal waterfront residents is we're hoping they're going to help support those programs, so these programs can be guaranteed to run year after year. So we're working to create that awareness and impetus to support Muskoka programs. So the next slide is actually who our partners are now. And this can change and grow, but we're having a really hard time finding many programs that do that sort of education and the lifting. So if you know of any, please let us know. So there's Christians Against Poverty, which is based here in Huntsville, Big Brothers Big Sisters, the YMCA, the YWCA. GAP has a youth program. A lot of this is these are the youth programs that it's focused on. The Peter and Eve Willis Bursary is about the trades program and supporting young people who couldn't go on to Georgian College to be able to financially do that. And Habitat, I know that you're all aware of Habitat. So those are our programs, and the Ontario Living Wage is one of them. And it is an association that actually does a calculation every 2 to 3 years in various regions, working with the housing and the food. How much do you have to make per hour to be able to live, but also start to think about being able to live your life going forward? So Patty, you have that? So the Ontario Living Wage in 2022 was $19.05 in Muskoka. The minimum wage was $15.50. So there's a huge gap to what you make on the minimum wage and how you could live. So we are not a fundraising organization in the sense that and we never want to be. There's only 8 of us on our committee. We're not boots on the ground. But we have partnered with the Muskoka Community Foundation because we realize that a lot of people may want to show their support by giving. You can volunteer, or you can mentor. And so a RAMP fund has been set up through the Muskoka Community Foundation that people could give to, and then we distribute it to our program partners. And this is an example of ads that we've been running throughout Muskoka. Not many of them because they're very expensive and we don't have much of a budget, but we've had some angels who have contributed for us. So we think they're dynamic. We hope they get the message across. So that is one area that we have been very active in. The other thing, just quickly, a couple of that you may not have seen charts. This is Ontario Works, which was the old welfare, which I had to learn, that since 27 to 2022, it has gone up less than 1% what is given to people who need that help. And we all know what's happened to the cost of living in that time. So it's tragic what they're facing. And this was something that I actually wasn't aware of until I found it this year. And this is from the district, so you may know of it, Mayor Elcock. But this is the employment income groups in dollars. So 60% of our permanent residents earn under $40,000 a year. And most of that's going to be the summer seasonal employment, for sure. Trying to keep in my 10 minutes here. So our ask of you, we have been to Huntsville, we have been to Bracebridge, and we've been to the Township of Muskoka Lakes, and we're now here, obviously. What we would like to do is have you become honorary champions of RAMP. We had started with just the mayors, but then we decided, and Mayor Elcock joined, which was lovely, thank you. But we thought it would be nicer if we could actually put the logos on our website. And so Bracebridge and Huntsville and the Township of Muskoka Lakes have passed a motion supporting us, saying we are doing good work and allowing us to put their logo on our website just as honorary champions. So that is our main ask of you, but beyond that, we'd like to reach the lake associations. So if any of you are willing to share those contacts with us, we would really, really appreciate it. And the other part, as I mentioned before, is our mission is to shine a light on these programs. And if you know of any programs that you think would fit in that, and they have to be quantifiable. I mean, these programs we can measure and say to people, they work. We know that's working. We would be delighted if you had any of those. So, Patty, anything?
It was Lake of Bays,
What did I say?
Huntsville.
Oh, sorry.
Thinking positively that they
Yeah.
will.
What a team.
It's interesting you say that because I was thinking,
Did we do that?
Okay,
Sorry.
Thanks for correcting that.
My nerves.
Jumping ahead.
Jumping ahead, anyway. So that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barb. Much appreciated. All of those things are, it doesn't matter how many times you see it, it's still overwhelming when you look at those. I think in that, what was it, 60% under 40,000, I suspect a lot of seniors in that, right? And it's something we know is there. I will ask council if there are any questions. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you, ladies, for coming, and thank you for the good work that you are doing. My question is about the ads that you're putting out. Where are you putting those ads?
Muskoka Life?
Patty is our expert on that.
Not really. We did find an angel who put our ads in Muskoka Living, which is big for seasonal residents. The one thing that I wanted to add to what Barb said is that, yes, there's only 8 of us, but we have champions. And we have made a point of going out and with having champions that are permanent residents and champions, even almost more importantly, seasonal. So we're represented. And we give them information, they're on board, they tell their own circle of friends, have dock parties, whatever. Anything to get the word out there to increase awareness, because as Barb said, people think Muskoka is full of rich people. And seasonal people in particular, they just want to drive up to their cottage and not see or know. But it does translate to them, like the problem getting trades or a cleaning lady or all the problem when you don't have transportation. And everything that you see, and then maybe they go behind Canadian Tire and Bracebridge and see homeless people, and it's shocking to them. So to find out that there's ways that they can help in it, and we now have this fund with the Community Foundation, only because for a lot of people, their way they can help here is with their treasure. And so we needed to have a way that we're not fundraising, but to direct them to these. And as Barb said, sustainability is huge. You get a good program going, and then the government quits funding it, and it's all for naught. You just get started. So that's what has taken us there. But yes, so champions are, and we're hoping that you become our champions also going forward.
It sounds very much like a navigation role to me, what it is. Councillor Stone.
Thanks. I love what you're doing. Thank you. It's desperately needed. The ultimate goal in connecting with the lake associations is that to simply say, please support these organizations, or are you going to reach out to collect some money so that you can distribute it to these organizations?
Well, awareness is the first step.
Yes.
So it would certainly just be about educating in terms of what's happening in Muskoka. So that would be the first step. And then after that, I think our hope is that once people become aware of the needs, they will say, what can we do to help? And the mentoring is huge too. I know the WISE programs and Big Brother, Big Sister, all of that would be wonderful if some of these people would mentor, because then they're going to help these people who have no idea of the norms that you and I grew up with, right? All of that, all those barriers. But if, again, or build with Habitat, spend a day and build. So there's lots of that way. But I think to Patty's point, you're up here to relax, and a lot of these people are very philanthropic, but it doesn't occur to them up here that we have this great need. So if they want to, and they don't want to do their own research into one of the programs that we're happy to have them donate directly if that's what they want to do. But if not, then we've done the work, and please donate.
Kind of like a United Way, but with a very focused, no, we're not doing arts or anything, but we have vetted these, and they fit our mission, uplifting. That's the important thing. As Barb said, we applaud, food banks, and people need to be fed, but to stop generational poverty, a word I'd never heard before, and, none of my neighbors have ever heard before, and how difficult that is to move out of. And so, yeah, education is
Thank you.
key.
I think your reference to the Y programs that's a very clear group. Sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. And Patty and Barb, thanks for what you're doing, because I know I end up doing a lot of community work, and the municipal employees have engaged and joined me in raising awareness, and fellow councillors as well. It's the key thing. Most people come here and they're just not aware. Everyone is wealthy in Muskoka.
Yeah.
So I think spreading the word in the way you're doing it gives people the opportunity to learn from you and to donate through you. It's a wonderful thing. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So you made reference to the fact that Lake of Bays, Township of Muskoka Lakes, and Bracebridge have all endorsed your ask.
Yeah, well, Lake of Bays have passed it at their council. The Township of Muskoka Lakes went through the committee last month, so it should be on the consent agenda next month. And I'm not sure about Bracebridge, but I just happened to bring the Lake of Bays motion if you're
And that was my
interested.
next question. So here, thank you, Barb, that was my next question. Because as you'll know, we've heard your deputation, and at the end of our meeting under new business, we'll deal with the various motions that are before us. So if you could lead that motion with us, that would be most helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we do have, if it's all right, I'll leave these two. We have little business cards. So, if you would each want to take one, and if you ever want any, we're your person. We'd love
Okay,
to.
that's brilliant.
And the last message I'd like to leave you with and it's on, is to look up our website.
Okay.
Because it's constantly, we're adding articles that, from local,
Now you've stimulated new questions. Councillor Schumacher?
sorry.
No worries, thank you both. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of my other area of my other job that I do. And I had been a member of Prompt, but I have not in a while. Is that still up and running, or do you guys, the Poverty Reduction Muskoka Planning Team? Are they still?
I don't think so, because we did research into some other advocacy groups when we started, and it looked like it hadn't been active for
For a while.
quite a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was on it
about.
about 10 years ago,
Yeah,
so that's.
it
what I was
hasn't.
Sure, it hasn't,
It
okay,
hasn't.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for-
very much.
for-
Okay, they're
Yes,
here.
thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to go back in the agenda to our invited presentation and welcome Sabine Matheson and Stacy Hushen from Strategy Corp to do an introduction to our strategic planning process, and they are joining us online. Oh, there's Councillor Cluche. Oh. You're still with us, Councillor Cluche. Okay, good. All right. Stacy, okay. Is Sabine with you?
No, she wasn't available to make it, but I'm
Okay.
happy to steer this. Is it
Okay.
okay if I share my screen?
Yes, absolutely. Please do. Welcome.
And apologies as well for the tardiness, some technical difficulties on our end, but appreciate your patience and willingness to let us go now. I'm just going to set this up. Wonderful. So thank you so much for the time this evening. As many of you know, Strategy Corp has been retained to support the town with the creation of its next strategic plan. We're very excited about this project, and I believe a number of members of council and also the senior leadership team have already been in conversations with us. However, we like to embark on any process by reminding folks, council staff and also the community about the value of a strategic plan and why we do it. At a very base level, the strategic plan is the overarching document for the organization. You might think of it as the North Star document for the town. It not only guides council's decisions about where and how to invest limited resources, but it also, in an ideal world, informs the town's business plans, those corporate plans that town staff develop as they look to move forward and advance the priorities of the community. Critically as well, the strategic plan should trickle down all the way to the budget. The budget is really the accelerator pedal for council and for and for staff as you look to implementing the directions of the plan. The budget can tell you, the budget is the way that council can determine how fast to go on an initiative, how much to do, also where to slow down or to pull back. And so it's important that there be, really good connections between that visionary document of the strategic plan, or what we might call the roadmap, the town's operating plans in terms of, staff's departmental work plans, as well as all of the sub plans that are beneath there, your master plans, your strategies, the asset management plan and the official plan, but also the budget. And I really like to think about strategic planning in terms of those Russian, those Russian dolls that are nested into one another. And at each, if the strategic plan is the outer layer, as we, pull off all of the other layers, you get to the core of the organization. And a strategic plan should be that. It is that umbrella plan and guides all of the other plans and the budget that follow it. It's also an important document in terms of building unity and collaboration in the organization. It's a way for council and staff to march to the beat of the same drum, so to speak. It's a way for everyone to know what the goalpost is in terms of the vision that the town has set for itself, and, the steps along the way in terms of delivering on that vision. So it helps build unity in that sense. It's also, one important part of the overall decision making cycle. And as you see here, this sine curve is really intended to be reminiscent of the roles and responsibilities of council and staff as set out in the Municipal Act. Both council and staff have a role to play in terms of, starting to set the agenda in terms of what those priorities would be. And if you think about it, it's almost like two on-ramps to the 401. You have council say, this is what, we'd like to do based on, the reasons that we ran as individuals, but also in terms of what we're hearing from the community. Staff also have a role to play in terms of telling council, what must be done? What do you need to do to meet your statutory requirements? What do you need to do so, nobody goes to jail, that sort of thing. So when you bring those two perspectives together of what, you'd like to do, what you need to do to maintain the integrity of the community and the organization, that's when you start to understand this broad strategic directions. Once those have been determined, staff go ahead and they'll figure out, well, what do we do in terms of advancing these priorities? And staff will tell you in response to council's, this is what we'd like to do. Staff can tell you, this is what we think we can do based on our organization's realities in terms of the funding available to us or the staff resources that we have. And then they'll bring that back to council for approval. Is this on the right track? Are these, when you said, for example, you wanted to advance, let's say, in a lot of municipalities, housing is top of mind. You said you wanted to make progress against housing supply or affordability, just to use an example. Is this what you had in mind in terms of some of the action items that we as the town could move forward in order to deliver on that broad goal? And council, will say yes or no, or they'll send it back for more work. But in the end, eventually they will approve a strategic plan, and then staff will go away and start implementing, whether that's developing new strategies and plans, implementing already approved strategies and plans, and going about the day-to-day work of the municipality. Both council and staff have an essential role to play in terms of monitoring progress. Many municipal strategic plans these days are including performance measures to enable accountability to the plan so that staff and council are both held accountable in terms of what they said they'd like to achieve, but also so that you can course correct if needed. If you find that you're not making the progress that you set out to make, what do you need to change? Where do you maybe need to alter your path? And both council and staff will have a role to play there. Strategy Corp, we're doing a number of strategic plans and have been doing them for decades. And we've developed kind of 5 key principles that we think can help lead to an effective strategic plan. The first is that it be strategic. This isn't your operating plan. It really shouldn't be a laundry list of every service you provide. And if you think about it, municipalities provide, over 150 services depending on your unique service mix. And so how do you figure out what to prioritize? Because if everything's in the plan, if everything's a priority, then nothing's really a priority. And so it needs to operate at that strategic level in terms of, what you as council come to a consensus around in terms of what you as a group would like to achieve. What of those 150 lines of business, would you like to make meaningful inroads on, let's say, over this term of council? You also want a plan that's authentic to Huntsville, right? You don't want this to be a plan that you could slap a pretty picture of just about anywhere else on the cover and call it a day. And that's why it's really important that you have the engagement of council and staff and the community as part of this process. It's through that, through that engagement that we can understand what's unique to Huntsville that should be, maintained or preserved as it changes. It's also through that feedback that we understand what are the, challenges that you are facing that may or may not be unique to you, but that need to be addressed throughout this strategic plan. Also critical in terms of the plan that we'd like to leave you with is one that you actually use. There's nothing that gives me greater pleasure than when we're talking to a member of council or staff and they actually show they have the strat plan on their desk and they show it to us as we're talking about it. We don't want to leave you with a strategic plan that either sits on a shelf or gets tucked into a desk drawer, not to be looked at after approval for the next 4 years. We want to make sure that this is, and it fulfills its role as the guiding document for the organization. We want it to be a document that staff refer to, that council refer to. We want it to be embedded in the organization. Doing that means that it needs to be implementable. It needs to be something that's tangible, that has, something that you can hold on to, versus a lot of classic strategic plans tend to be a little bit more airy-fairy, best wishes for affordable housing, like a Hallmark greeting card. We don't want to leave you at the town with a strategic plan like that. The next piece, though, to ensuring that you have something that you can actually implement is that there's some directionality to it, that you understand which way you'd like to move on certain issues. Is it to do more? Is it to do less? Is it to do the same? That sort of thing. And I think, this is why we really need to work with staff to get at what some of those actionable specifics might be. What are some of the projects underway that likely need to carry forward through this strategic plan? What's new? What might we need to look at from a different lens as we, consider the external environment, which of course has changed quite a bit since the last time you underwent a strategic planning exercise. And finally, we want the plan to have the confidence of key stakeholders. That means that there's a sense of buy-in and ownership among council and staff, but also that the community feels like this is a plan that is appropriately reflective of their input, which is why, as part of this process, we will be doing community engagement. And just a couple of, kind of final thoughts, I'd say, as we embark on the process. But one is that the timeline of the plan matters, and that, whether it's a 4-year term of council strategic plan or a 10-year plan or a 20-year vision, that of course we need to be mindful of what that horizon is as we build the content of this strategic plan. In a 4-year term of council, there's going to be a lot in your strategic plan that will need to carry over. The housing crisis, affordability and supply crisis, it didn't come about in a single couple of years, but really materialized over a generation. And it's going to take a generation to go back the other way. So as we start building out the strategic plan, we want to think about what are those things that we feel we could, reasonably move the dial on in this term of council versus those things that are going to require sustained effort over time. And that's why performance measurement is really critical to understanding and being able to measure progress against those things that are, let's say, near term, and those things that will be, you'll be building incremental progress over a much longer time frame. The other issue around strategic plans is the scope. A classic kind of municipal strategic plan used to focus almost entirely on those elements within the 4 walls of the municipal corporation, those services that you directly invest in, deliver, or regulate. Now, however, and then you had another kind of set of strategic plans, what we might call the community-based strategic plans. And those were plans that were directly reflective of stakeholder input. And they could include anything kind of that was relevant to the community, from healthcare to transportation, to mental health and addictions and other social challenges. Those plans were not, set within the same parameters of things that the municipality itself could control, but often included, other priorities or issues that are, more appropriately for the Municipal Act, the responsibilities of other governments. But the trend in recent years, over the last couple of years, has been more of a hybrid version that fuses these together, that both reflects those areas that are within the municipality's control, but also those that are of top of mind to the community, but that you may not be directly responsible for. And I'm sure I used to work for the City of Toronto, and I'm sure you all face questions from residents and get inquiries about issues that are not directly related to the business of the municipality. I used to receive many a question around school boards when I worked for the City of Toronto and education. And in part, that's because the community really does directly go to its local level of government whenever it is facing a challenge or problem. You know, you're the most accessible level of government. But at the same time, you also need to figure out about what the town's role is in terms of those areas or those that scope that is technically out of your jurisdiction. And that's why in a strategic plan, the verbs really matter. So, you know, there are all of the things that you can directly invest in, the services that you deliver, also things that you regulate through bylaw and you know, policy as well. But of course, the community doesn't necessarily understand, you know, how they live in the world or how they experience Huntsville in terms of that which is in the municipality's control and then everything else. That's why it's really important that as part of this process, we start to think about, well, what is the role of the municipality in those areas that are outside of its direct influence? And that's why the advocacy role is critical, as is the role of a municipality in convening other partners, neighboring municipalities, working with the region in terms of driving forward those, you know, bigger issues that we know are of great concern in the community. And so we'll want to think about that as well and have that conversation with members of council and staff and the community as we think about what I like to call, with a great amount of love, the stay in our lane conversation. How far does the town of Huntsville want to stay in its lane? And if it does want to veer outside the lane, how much or in what areas? Those are all conversations that we're going to have as part of this process. So just in terms of the sample structure of a strategic plan, I mean, I know you're all familiar, but it's, you know, there are these overarching elements of the vision, mission, and values that really frame or underpin the strategic plan. And then you typically have, you know, those broad priority areas with goals and then specific action items within. And in terms of the next steps in this process, as we start thinking about kind of who does what and you know, what kind of the overall cadence of the process is going to look like, you know, we're starting off with one-on-one discussions with all members of council and the senior leadership team, and then we're going to go out to the community and get their feedback. And then we want to come back and work with members of council through a workshop series to start identifying, mindful of all of the consultation that we'll have done, those kind of broad priorities that you'd like to set for the town of Huntsville. We'll also work with council to start thinking about, well, what are some of the goals in that area? You know, what is that directionality? What does the town want to do in terms of, let's say, housing, for example, or climate change action, just to give a couple of examples. And then our plan is to really work with staff in terms of starting to delineate, well, what are some of the specific projects or specific actions that we could undertake at the municipality to give effect to these goals? And this is something we want to do with staff because they're closest to kind of the organizational realities of the administration. They'll know, you know, what's underway that needs to carry forward, as I said, but also, sorry, my children just came home, so it's a little bit loud and I apologize if you can hear them. But it's really important that staff have input because at the end of the day, they're going to be responsible for implementing the strategic plan. And so they often have lots of ideas and are well embedded into their business planning and the budget process to be able to present back to council for approval. This is what you said you wanted the direction to be, and this is what we feel like this is what we could do. We will also work with staff on performance metrics so that council has an opportunity to understand opportunities to measure success against those goals, and that those would be reported on not only to council but out to the community. And that's another way to build accountability into the plan so that this doesn't just become a rather nice looking document with a stunning picture of Huntsville on the front, but it's actually something that you use on a rolling basis. Finally, the last piece is, you know, even once you have the strategic plan, and even though you'll adopt it, that doesn't necessarily mean it's set in stone for the foreseeable future. I think if the experience of the pandemic taught us anything, it's about the need for municipalities and ability of municipalities to be flexible and to be adaptable. And if you reflect back on, those municipalities that underwent strategic planning processes in 2018 and 2019, you better believe that there's a lot of places that actually didn't make as much progress against the goals they set, because when they did those processes, they did not foresee a 3+ year global pandemic. And so I think, there's a need as we embark on this process to also be aware that there's lots that you can't plan for, particularly when you think about, the impact of potential provincial legislation that, continually seems to be evolving over the last 2 years. The plan is an opportunity to make sure that you're able to build in that organizational capacity and resilience and start to, formulate a path forward to achieve your vision. But we also want to make sure that it has the flexibility needed to allow you to be responsive to the needs of the community as they evolve. So thank you very much for the time tonight. And we're very excited to work on this further over the next couple of months.
Thank you very much for that, Stacey. I have to say I am very excited about the beginning of this process, and especially your reference to the veering outside of our lane of the traditional roles and responsibilities. It feels like we spend more and more of our time outside of the lane trying to navigate that. So any way that can help us do that will be really beneficial, I'm sure. With that, are there any questions from council with respect to this? Other than we're all looking forward to the next step. Okay, thank you very much for coming tonight and presenting what we have so far. That's great. Look forward to working with you.
Us as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so now we're back to agenda item number 5, deputations to our second deputation, and we have Leslie Gregory and Al Marco. With respect to, are they online? No, they're here.
Questions?
Okay, so online with us. I see. We're all looking forward to the next step. Okay. Welcome. Hello?
Are you me?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, that's awesome. I disconnected the live stream so that I'm not having you listen to yourselves.
That's good.
It's like
We don't
it's-
like to do that.
well, it's Leslie Gregory coming to you on
Hi,
behalf of
Leslie.
Hillside Partners, and thanks for squeezing us into the agenda. And we know you've got a long evening, and you've had 2 important presentations so far. Ours doesn't need to be long. We don't need to occupy the 10 minutes unless there's questions. The reason for engaging with you all tonight is to ask for an extension to our the deferment of our development charges. Our project is taking longer to deliver than originally hoped. And the agreement that we entered into with the town is now out of sync with our delivery timeline. I wrote a letter in submitting for this deputation, and I don't want to repeat that because I'm sure you've had the chance to look at it. And I can clarify anything that's required, but ideally for us, if the payment of development charges could peg to the taking up of our building permits, applying your term and your process would help us out.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Leslie. And you're right, your letter was fairly self-explanatory, so appreciate that. Are there any questions with respect to this? No, I'm seeing a lot of, I think everybody has read your letter. And it is self-explanatory. So we will be dealing with this item at the end of our meeting under new business. All right?
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you so much
Appreciate it.
for coming tonight or appearing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, and to our third and final deputation, we have Peter Haynes here from the Muskoka Hornets. Okay, no, okay. And we did have another. Oh, sure. Yeah. And Peter's here to talk about the ball diamonds at Macaulay Robertson. Welcome, Peter.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Alcock and members of Huntsville Council. My name is Peter Haynes. I've been the president of the Muskoka Hornets Baseball Association for 15 years. We run the House League program in Huntsville, where we have 250 participants this year, and then also have 5 travel teams made up of players, generally from the Muskoka area, all around Muskoka, and playing throughout the area. Today I'm here to speak to Council and ask for 2 things, actually. The first is for 2 of the diamonds at the Macaulay Robertson facility to be renamed. They are currently letters A, B, C, and F, and we would like to have Diamond A renamed for Stan Remington and Diamond F renamed for George Selkirk. And I will explain both of those asks in just a moment, and then also would like to request from councils. I've been working with staff, but staff, I think, thinks this should be a council matter with respect to the fact that the diamonds are locked during the day when there are not users on the facility, and I'll explain why I think it's important that we open those diamonds up. So again, I'll assume that for background, this has been read and not focus on sort of a background of our program, other than to say we've probably had and are having the best year in our program's history. I think the families have finally gotten comfortable being outside again and being involved in minor sports, and as a result, we have a record participation in our House League program. I also would say the Toronto Blue Jays have a lot to do with that. When they're successful, minor baseball in Muskoka is successful. In fact, you can look back to when we last had hardball successful in this community was in the early 90s when the Blue Jays were winning World Series. That was around the time that Macaulay Full Diamond F was, I think, born. So, just talking about where our program is at, I mentioned that we have about 320 participants this year. We will rent approximately 400 hours at Macaulay this year. I think we're probably the largest user of the facility. We also rent probably 300 or 400 hours at Peak Field in Bracebridge, as well as Kerr Park, which has been renamed as of this weekend, the Home Diamond, after one of our former executives who passed away. That was done on Saturday. We do host a ton of tournaments locally and bring a lot of heads into beds in the local community and foot traffic in shopping and in the downtown area. And certainly I think have been good in terms of the economic footprint in the local community, and those tournaments are held on weekends throughout the summer. So I'm first going to just speak to you about the request for Diamond F naming. I mentioned that's our full-sized diamond for hardball for adults, or 15 years old and up, basically, play on that diamond. 5 years ago in 2018, I had the pleasure of being able to speak to the Huntsville Sports Hall of Fame at the induction of George Selkirk, who I was able to be the person to induct him, as I was certainly one of the people pushing for him to be included in the Huntsville Sports Hall of Fame. For background, George Selkirk was born in Huntsville. His family has quite a pedigree. I think his father married one of the Hunts, who was a founding family. I think his grandfather managed the drawbridge, the downtown bridge that used to be a rotating bridge, and his father was the local mortician. But when he retired, he moved the family from Huntsville to Midland temporarily, and then to Rochester, New York, where George Selkirk went on to be a very acclaimed wrestler and also baseball player, ultimately playing for the New York Yankees. He replaced Babe Ruth in right field, wore Babe Ruth's number 3 before it was retired. He was an all-star twice. He was a World Series champion 5 times and is considered by baseball experts in this country to have been the 6th greatest baseball player ever to come out of Canada or be born in Canada. And so Mr. Selkirk as well, I think importantly, was witnessed one of his teammates run into a cinder block wall and ultimately suggested that we put down something in front of the wall to recognize a different surface and that you're getting near the wall. It's now called and commonly referred to as a warning track. I will mention that our Huntsville Diamonds, ironically, do not have warning tracks. That's something we were looking for in our facility, as most enclosed diamonds would have warning tracks. But Selkirk has quite a legacy, and I believe that we should be recognizing that legacy locally by honoring George Selkirk's birthplace of Huntsville by renaming Diamond F to the Selkirk Diamond, and as part of that, commemorating Selkirk's baseball accomplishments by putting out a commemorative, some sort of a plaque that we would hope that the town would support us in, as well as perhaps help to fund the cost associated with that plaque. So that's request number 1. Request number 2 is to rename Diamond A to a local baseball legend by the name of Stan Rimington, who many of you would know, and if you've grown up in the baseball community, understand that Stan's name is everywhere in the fastball community locally, as well as Stan he's in the Huntsville Sports Hall of Fame as both a builder and a player, and has been involved in minor baseball for 60 years. He is on our board. He is at our facility every Wednesday night before House League and every Sunday before House League practices, putting the Diamonds together. He is everything that you epitomize in a local volunteer, and I believe that it's time for Stan to be recognized by having Diamond A named after him. Diamond A is the first diamond you see on the right around the pavilion, and that is the diamond that most of the fastball was played on when we had a league here, and Stan will be running his tournament as he has for 30 or 40 years on the second weekend in July. So moving on here, an issue that's certainly been one of frustration, I will say, for me personally, is the fact that Huntsville Parks follows a strict policy of locking its diamonds when not in use by permit holders. Diamond C does not have a full fencing, therefore you can walk onto that diamond, but the other diamonds are locked, and I believe the Parks group is of the opinion that diamonds should be kept for the users. I'm of the opinion that taxpayers pay for the diamonds and they should be open, as they are in just about every other community that I know of in Ontario and anywhere else. And that includes Bracebridge, where there are no doors on the diamonds and therefore they're always open. I know there was some concern about potential vandalism. The reality is the diamonds are locked during the day, but after a user uses them at night, they are not locked overnight, at which point any vandalism that might take place would likely happen. At any rate, I think it's important that we open these diamonds up. We've had several situations where we actually needed a diamond or we didn't have a diamond properly booked for whatever reason, and the diamonds are locked, and it just creates a unnecessary hassle. There are times, this weekend being a perfect example, where it rained extensively in Huntsville, yet in Bracebridge we were able to get games in the event that it was raining in Bracebridge and Huntsville's diamonds were available, because they're not being used on weekends except for us. For the most part, we would come to Huntsville wanting to use a diamond, and they would be locked, and we wouldn't be able to have that out-of-town team that's driven 2 hours be able to complete a game. That has happened, and I want to avoid that happening in the future, so I respectfully ask that Council consider a motion to leave the diamonds unlocked during the day. There is an alternative of using a lockbox on site. I would prefer to focus on the idea of having the diamonds left unlocked during the day so they can be used by family members, fathers, sons, mothers, daughters, anytime someone wants to go over and just play catch or throw the ball around or have a pickup game like we used to when we were kids. I'd love that ability to be brought back to our diamonds, or to be brought to our diamonds in Huntsville. So with that, there are certainly, I want to remind Council that when Council approved the spend to renovate the facility, it was a long process, but I got to tell you, the facility is absolutely spectacular, that it's really something to be proud of. That said, there are still some remaining what I'll call phase 2 issues that are needed to be completed. Warning tracks was one I mentioned. There's some amenities on Diamond F that are needed. Lights on Diamond F are being changed this year. I believe that's been approved. But there are still some things that need to be done there. And I will remind council as well and staff that when the renovation was done, it was made clear by the renovators that the Diamonds need a freshen up every 3 or 4 years. They need the original people to come back, or someone else who understands how to keep the Diamonds to come back and make sure they're properly graded. And they want to grade away from the middle of the diamond so the water will roll off the diamond and not pool on the diamond. So that's something that I was reminded of by the renovators, to remind council and staff that there needs to be some regular maintenance done by professionals on a 3 or 4 year basis. So I'll stop there and open it up to any questions anyone might have.
Thanks very much, Peter.
Thank you.
And I think you were well under your time.
I have some other things I can
Just
talk
so you
about, by the way.
know, I think you were well under.
Yeah.
And I also want to say, it's so nice to hear you make reference to how absolutely spectacular the diamonds are. It's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Because I know that was a massive decision, to a huge expenditure for the previous council when we went forward. And you're right, we did go forward with the lighting project this year in this year's budget. So nice to hear that.
Thank you.
So I am going to turn it over to committee. They might have questions while you're here. The process will be at the end, you know the process, at the end of the meeting, under new business, that's when we can have a full discussion and look at what kind of motion we might consider.
I didn't come with a motion on a piece of paper,
Right, so,
unfortunately. though,
but that's.
I haven't asked other
that's sort of-
councils to do this before.
Yeah,
so-
just from a process perspective,
Thank
that's
you.
where we'd be dealing with it. So are there questions of Peter? Well, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks very much. And through you, thanks, Peter, for coming. I think this is the third time I've sat at this table, and you've been here with a deputation
Yep.
about changing the names of diamonds, et cetera. So, I think that we can obviously tell how important it is to you, and probably the Hardball League, I would imagine. I played baseball with Stan Remington. I played baseball with Bob McCulley, who was coached Alex Robertson behind the plate for many, many years. When I go through your report here, I notice you always refer to the Diamonds as McCulley. How come you don't use the Robertson name? Because it's the McCulley Robertson Sports Complex.
Yeah,
in Hull, so-
admittedly, because I think it's just shortening the name. I think because McCauley's the first name. If it was Robertson McCulley, maybe we would. I just think about the lexicon that I hear in the community when people talk about the baseball facility. Admittedly, and maybe it's not appropriate, it gets shortened to McCulley. It's the first name, and when people say, "Where's the game this weekend?" It's at McCulley. Where's the game this weekend? It's at Peak Field. People don't typically say the full name, and that's not out of any disrespect whatsoever for the Robertson family. And I know, unfortunately, Alex passed away recently. But I think it's important as well to mention that our ask here is nothing to do with the name of the facility, which is McCulley Robertson, and that it is all about the individual diamonds themselves, A, B, C, and F. And again, you are absolutely correct to say that our document refers to it as McCulley. I did speak to Bob McCulley an hour ago to let him know I was speaking to council here today. He is aware of the ask, and I'm sure if anyone wants to follow up and speak to Bob about Stan or about the facility, then certainly I would encourage you to do so. And yes, our hardball community is very much supportive. In fact, the baseball community in Canada is supportive of this. You may have seen in there, I put a link to an article that was in the National Post a few years ago about this naming process, and people that follow baseball in this country certainly are aware of this ask, and I think would certainly be of the view that this is something that's long overdue.
Thank you for that question. And I'm really, really happy that you emphasize that this is not a renaming of McCulley Robertson Park, because that pulls on so many heartstrings. And that it's a very specific ask for naming for the first time individual diamonds.
Yep.
And so that's a really important point
Yep,
to
absolutely.
get out there. So appreciate you emphasizing that.
You know, it'd be interesting if that discussion ever was opened up. The soccer community, the pickleball community, anyone at the dog park, there'd all be all kinds of other people that would think naming of the facility if that debate ever happened, and that is certainly not something that I would ever consider or suggest. I think it's properly named as Macaulay Robertson, and love to drive on.
Thank you for that. As a matter of fact, anyway, that's great. I think I noticed Councillor Renwick, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you, Peter, for the presentation. This is my first time on council, so it's the first time it's come to me. I'm not a baseball person, but it does speak to something that we spoke at council regarding the naming of buildings or rooms or the such. But it's organic. The fact that you are a baseball fan and that you are so dedicated to the Muskoka Hornets and doing what you do, that it has come up naturally. And I didn't realize about George Selkirk, to be honest, so I'm really happy that I've learned about him, and that I would be in favor of definitely naming the hardball field F under George Selkirk, as well as and Stan Remington for A, so I'm in favor of that. But thank you for coming forward.
Thank you. And by the way, I think you all know Helen Payne, who's been with me from day one in our program and has been involved in minor baseball since for 30 or 40 years, who's joined us here today. There you go. Longer than anyone. I don't want to pretend that everyone knows Helen. I want to make sure I give her just representation, as she's been beside me from day one of our program, for sure.
I think that was my bad in not introducing Helen. Okay. Yes, follow up.
I did have a follow-up, and in regard to the ask of the plaque, I think in 2021, in September of 2021, you asked, it was $2,500, and now it's $5,000, or is that just half? You're asking for half?
I did some investigation, because when I spoke to council a couple of years ago with the ask, I did do some investigating on the cost of a plaque, and it appeared as though it would be approximately $5,000. My suggestion was if the town would be willing to pay half and our organization would pay the other half. That's how I arrived at those numbers.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Peter. Have you had conversations with the other users of the fields, like some of the slow pitch, co-ed and whatnot? Do you get a sense that they would also be supportive?
No. Well, yes, absolutely. We'll start with Scott Berger, who runs the slow pitch. He would be pounding the table, I think, if he was beside me. I don't want to put words in his mouth about Selkirk. And so we've spoken about that. And I can't imagine there's anyone in baseball who's ever stepped on the diamonds at Macaulay Robertson that wouldn't believe that Stan Remington would be deserving of his name on one of those diamonds. So Stan, as I say, ran the fastball program. And still runs the fastball tournament and is on our board of directors as a lifetime member. And I don't, again, think that any of the other user groups would have any concerns over Stan having his name on one of the diamonds. I will also say that Stan mentioned to me that he also is frustrated by the locking of the diamonds. And he also wants water, which I think he brought up with you, Councillor Armour, recently he mentioned, so.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just to follow up on that. Yes, I've had a few conversations with Stan about getting water to the diamonds, and we are working on that for him. And I personally don't oppose any of this. I think it's probably a great idea for us to name them, but I think we need to have a process in place, because there's more than just 2 diamonds. There's 4 diamonds, and I think we really need to have a real process and work through this. And I don't know if you're aware that we are currently working on a policy for renaming our facilities, so it's probably falling right in line with what we're working with right now.
Right. Monty, oh, thank you for pointing that out. Monty, Councillor Cloutier, I didn't mean to ignore you.
Yeah, no.
You're still there. You're still
Oh, yeah, still kicking, still kicking. I agree with the naming of the 2 diamonds with these 2 individuals, just for the history that that'll carry on in our sports community. But also, this could be a good start for our stepping stone, that going forward of renaming our buildings and that sort of thing, like Councillor Armour was talking about. So I fully agree with it. I think we can deal with the lockbox and whatever later. I think that's kind of a separate issue rather than the renaming, but I'm fully in agreement with the renaming.
Thank you, and I would just add that, yeah, I've come with two separate asks. The deputation was for, first of all, the renaming of the two diamonds, and then separately for the diamonds to be left unlocked.
Right, okay, thank you for that. All right, and I'm glad that you raised the issue that we actually are looking at our naming policy and hoping that it will be coming forward, and that if not the next cycle, the one after. So that's really good, and this fits in quite nicely with that, Peter. So, are there any other questions? Okay.
Thank you very
Seeing
much.
none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great, and for coming in. Okay, so moving right along to agenda item number 6, council minutes. I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that regular council meeting minutes dated May 23rd, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that the following Planning Council meeting minutes be adopted as printed and circulated. Special meeting May 17th, 2023. Regular meeting June 14th, 2023. Questions? Comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, moving right along to reports from committees. First one, 7.1, 7.1.1, Aspen Community Hall, June 5th, 2023. Councillor Schumacher, do you have anything to report?
I actually missed that meeting, but the meeting minutes are there. If you have any questions, let me know. Just that the lovely restaurant opened up right next door, so it's great if you make your way out to Aspen Hall.
And that would be smoking hot chicken.
Serious chicken.
Serious chicken, okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of Councillor Schumacher? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to 7.1.2, Downtown Huntsville BIA, May 11th and June 8th. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two highlights from the two meetings that we've had. Surprise, surprise, we still have a bit of a parking issue downtown. That's of no surprise to anyone, I think, on council, but the BIA will be bringing forward probably a request to look at the Daryl Howell parking situation at the back there again. So I'll allow them to bring that forward. Also, just wanted to bring to your attention myself and Rachel Hunt and Ellen, who is the general manager for the BIA. We met with a gentleman about waste services, and it was a green bin model that could potentially be used for downtown for waste. Garbage has always been an issue in downtown as well, especially on Wednesday nights when the garbage goes out. The BIA would really like businesses to put their garbage out in the morning, but that's difficult for businesses to be there at 7 o'clock in the morning to put it out. So anyway, we looked at this green bin such solution where it's actually embedded in the ground. So it was an interesting conversation, but just wanted to highlight that. And lastly, just a discussion with the Chamber and the BIA to collaborate on the repair of the murals downtown. So that's really exciting as well. But and that's it.
Thank you for that. Was there any suggestion around the green bin program that you looked at? Are you thinking of meeting with the district, following up with them?
That is correct.
That
Yes.
is-
we will.
okay,
Yep.
perfect. And the mural item, is there, how will that connection be made with council? Is there any, will
No, I
that
think
come
it-
through the chamber, or will that come through the?
Yeah,
BIA?
the BIA does, through your worship, the BIA does have a reserve account for the murals to keep them updated, replacing plaques and things like that. So I think it'll be, I don't think council would have any opposition to having those murals.
Not at all.
No.
I just had understood there might be some cost sharing, that was all. So that was-
Yeah,
that
and
was
that might
what I-
come through the Chamber of Commerce, which may be on the next report, so.
Okay, thank you. And guess what?
I know.
7.1.3.
Yes, so the Huntsville Lake Bays Chamber of Commerce update, we did have a meeting. That was our first meeting since February. So it was a wholesome meeting, not a lot of highlights. I don't have any minutes to share with you, unfortunately. But it was a good meeting, and they are planning the next meeting July 4th. So there's, yeah, good discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour. Did I miss you before?
That's okay, Your Worship,
Right,
it's
so
fine.
I rely on the clerk to give me an elbow.
I just want to make a
It
comment. You
seems-
mentioned the green bin that goes in, I'm not sure if you're aware, but at the transfer center out in Baysville, it has one that you could actually go out and see.
And I believe, through your worship, I think we talked about that actually, that the district does. The district could be Baysville that has it. So, yeah, it'd be nice to go. And I think there's also one out on Highway 60 at the new development that's there, at the new buildings that were built. So it's something that a lot of, like in Newmarket, they have them. And it's something maybe that Huntsville would like to look at. But it was interesting that it came through the BIA to sort of deal with the garbage situation. So it's very positive.
Great, and thank you for that. And I believe Councillor Cluche has his hand up. I have-
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Renwick, has the downtown, the BIA, have they seen the parking study that was put out for the different parking areas? Like, has it ever been presented to them?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, Councillor Cluche, they have seen the parking study. There still seems to be a lot of issue in that area behind Little Place by the Lights, by Algonquin Outfitters. That area just seems to be, I mean, council passed a resolution to actually have that now a fire zone. So if you park along there, you're ticketed. I think it's $200 if you're ticketed there. Doing that still hasn't alleviated the fact that people are still wanting to park there. So yes, the BIA is aware of those parking studies. I think they want to bring the conversation back at what are the other options that we can have to look at that area. And we may not ever come up with a solution that everybody will be happy with, but I think it's worth looking at again. But I don't know if they particularly want to do another study, but I think they do want to revisit that area. Yeah, so does that answer your question?
Well, I think at the time too, when we talked about, when bylaw came to us and talked about it, they talked, because it is a fire area, that they can be towed, but they're not towing. I think maybe we should bring the tow trucks in for a little while and do that until the people get the message. I think that's the only way you're gonna keep them out of the fire area. If they're parked there and they're not getting towed, they're gonna stay there, right?
And through your worship, if I may, that is a solution, Councillor Cluche, but it's not it's a very heavy-handed solution for customers and clients who are there. There are trucks that park down there to do loading and unloading. Like we say it's a fire area, a fire zone, but you can have cars parked there and still get a transport truck down there. So anyway, we're getting into a little bit more detail, but.
Councillor Cluche, I appreciate your comment. I think what it does, it speaks to what the BIA is suggesting, which is they would like to revisit our policy with respect to lack of parking options in that area. And so if they want to bring forward, do a deputation, perhaps in the next few cycles sometime. And that
Okay.
might not be a bad idea. All right? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and right, good. Thank you for that. Are there any other questions of Ms. Renwick, Councillor Renwick? Sorry, all right. Moving right along, 7.1.4, Municipal Accommodation Tourism Tax. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. We had a good meeting, not a whole lot to report other than that we are engaging the Town of Huntsville's Human Resources team to start the process of hiring an executive director. So that's really the most relevant thing that come up, unless, Bob, can you think of anything I'm missing? It was really the most, other than that, it was just operational stuff. The AGM is scheduled for July 25th, so if anybody is looking to attend, or fellow councillors can proxy the votes to myself and Bob, Councillor Stone. That's it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Morrison. Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Morrison. The hiring of the ED, is that going to be done through the Town of Huntsville hiring process, or are they doing it on their own?
Yeah, so it's going to be done through the Town of Huntsville, but it's their hire. So what they're doing is they know that the Town of Huntsville is really good at human resources, and we're utilizing the Town of Huntsville services. And then we're going to have a hiring committee of 3. It would be myself and Marissa, who manages the Holiday Inn, and Jeff Sotheby. So it'll be a 3-person committee. We'll take the resumes from the Town of Huntsville's process, and we'll start to analyze the best candidates. That'll be the process.
Great, thank you for that. question. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Councillor Morrison? Okay, seeing none, we'll just move along. And I do have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated May 23rd, 2023, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Councillor Schumacher, is there anything that you'd like to highlight, please?
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. No, good meeting, shorter, only a few items, but we did talk about the taxi vehicles for hire bylaw, and sort of, we definitely need to take a look at that coming up. We discussed again the site plan approval process and consultation with our planning department, and we talked about our meeting frequency and model and in person. We did the flag raising for National Accessibility Flag Raising on May 26th, and then followed, after that, we walked around with the BIA and looked at benches, which I believe is coming up later in the agenda. We also had a motion put forward about the sidewalks and the idea of at each corner. And after this motion, I did take more of a notice of our sidewalks. And we do have those sort of the pads that bump. Some are colored yellow, some are not, or weren't at the time. I think since we had to like repaint our crosswalks and everything anyway, I'm sure that paint is coming. But yes, because they're metal, the paint seems to wear off, and so that yellow for the visual impaired people sort of noticing the end of a sidewalk, they kind of rely on that yellow. So we noticed there were a few that were missing that key piece. So that's all.
That was really thorough. Thank you for that. And the motion is asking staff to look at the yellow paint and fix it. Right. All right. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you for that report, Councillor. Okay. Next item. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the General Committee meeting minutes dated May 24th, 2023, and recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay. All right, we are now on to reports from municipal officers. First one, 8.1, is with respect to report number OPS-2023-27, Clark Lake, VORR Public Consultation Phase. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to proceed with the process of completing the public 2-week consultation phase of the VORR process in order to submit the formal application for a vessel operation restriction regulation on Clark Lake. Welcome, Colleen, and over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So the purpose for my report today is a follow-up to a report that came to council, the previous council, last May. And to keep you all apprised of our progress within that. So the preliminary assessment has been submitted to Transport Canada, and that was accepted. Therefore, the next phase is that they invite us to submit the formal application. So part of that submission has to be a public consultation, and then the results of that consultation would be part of the package, the full application that goes forward. So in order to, again, keep you all apprised, as well as seek permission, as we will be using staff resources, etc. And within the report, I did reference the previous report from May of last year in case there are any details anyone need to refresh their knowledge on those facts. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Great, thank you for that, Colleen. Your report was very thorough. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and thank you, Colleen, for the report. Are we gonna be doing a mail out to the residents about the consultation so that they know when it is and when it's gonna be happening?
Through you, Mayor Alcock, we could. It's something that I'm working with the marketing team on. Certainly, we're going to use social media to our advantage, but we do want to definitely hear from the people in the immediate area, but part of the process is that it's public, not just that small area, and that it's a process that anyone can make comment on. So if that's the wish of council, we can certainly do that in one form or another, whether it's through the mail or hand-delivered to the door.
Councillor, follow-up?
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. It's, just a thought, because it's a small number of people that will be directly affected there. I think it would be worth doing a direct mail out to the people that are on Clark's Lake for sure.
Okay.
Thank you for that. No? No. Okay, all right, all right. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Colleen, for the report. And I did go back to see what the report was from last year. So I understand there's only one date for an intake for this, and that's September 15th?
July 15th, I believe, through you.
So, was it, so in the original, when I went online and looked at it, it said September 15th, but that's, your report says July 15th, which is fine. But my question is, also in your report, you said that it wouldn't be done until 2026. So, and I understand now that it does take that long for a process like this to take place?
Through you, Mayor Alcock. So obviously there's some review time that's required for all of the information, but then as well there's actual change to legislation. So that takes its own time frame as well once they've concluded that it will go through. For example, the provincial VORR, like all of the speed signs that are in the Muskoka River, those are in legislation actually. So if this application were to be approved, it will be in fact noted and described very technically in legislation.
Yes, follow up.
Just a follow, so that's why it would take so long as well. And in the interim, between now and 2026, potentially, the lake could just be used, like the people that are using it with motorboats could still do that.
I believe we can't enforce it until the
Yeah.
VORR is in place.
Right.
And so the ask is that the application is to say that there'd be no motorized boats and electric up to a maximum of 10 horsepower. So could someone, for many years, it's been done as a sort of a mutual community effort, but without the VOR in place, I do not believe they can enforce.
So that makes all the sense in the world in the sense of, legislation and implementing legislation takes a long time, thus the importance of getting this in as meeting the date, the deadline for this intake. Got it. Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Colleen, for the report. It's interesting how sometimes things take so much time. So I fully expect to see things coming through for my first term of council. Good luck with it, and I would really like to see a lot of public input on this, so we're headed in the right direction. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you for the work on this, and to Ms. Suter as well. I do have a quick question about the formal consultation with the Indigenous community. Did we receive a response, or have we now considered that part done?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Alcock. So that was completed by Terry Suter, and thank you, Terry, for all of your volunteer hours on this. Also, so that was part of the original submission to get to this stage. So that part has been completed.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. I think we've exhausted the question, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries, and including Councillor Cloutier. Right. Thank you, Colleen. Okay. So our next report, welcome Mr. Hall, is 8.2 OPS 2023-29, road assumption, Shea Road and Ott Drive. And it's for information only because it's in reference to a bylaw later in the meeting, right? Right, okay. I have to check with our CAO and our clerk on this one. Welcome, Brandon, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So what we have here is Shea Road and Ott Drive. So staff have entered into a Section 5126 of the Planning Act agreement with Sanford Investments for the realignment of Shea Road and extension of Ott Drive. Those works are now complete, have been inspected by staff, and are in general conformance to the actual agreement and drawings. One thing under Section 8 of this agreement, the municipality will adopt those roads as municipal highways at the initial acceptance stage. So the only thing outstanding is just the final lift for final acceptance, but that will happen in approximately 2 years as per the agreement. So there is a bylaw for your consideration and approval later on. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. It was a thorough report. Thank you. Questions, Councillor Stone?
Thank you. Are we concerned at all about assuming the road while all the big heavy trucks are still using it?
Through your worship, no.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need. Have a good night.
Well, that's brevity. We like brevity around the table. Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I did sort of mention this to Mr. Hall earlier, but the report that came through, the drawings that came through, I don't have an engineering degree, and I couldn't read what. It was really hard to determine, and I ended up driving around and looking at the road, which is easy to do. But in future, if you could, just put a simple map for me, because just for me, I'm a visual person, right? But that would really help. And I think you mentioned there was something in the bylaw, but I couldn't find the map in the bylaw. So anyway, I went to see it, but just in future, if you could just dumb it down for me, that would be great. Awesome.
And Brandon, all you have to say is yes.
Yes. I was going to elaborate, but Councillor Stone was quite satisfied with no. So.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you for that report. And you're staying right there because we are moving along to 8.3, report number OPS-2023-30, the annex parking lot budget deviation. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the total project cost for design and construction for the rehabilitation of the annex building parking lot located at 1 Minerva Street East be approved at $116,000, and the increased cost of $56,000 be funded through the Public Works Capital Reserve. Brandon.
Thank you, Your Worship. The annex building just located down here at the end of the road is converted into a medical facility. So we want to upgrade the parking lot and the drainage as well as the accessible ramp that's there. So it was currently an approved budget project. We did a design for it, went out to tender, and we're looking for a deviation for an increased cost of $56,000 to complete it. We did only receive one bid for the project, and as we're seeing this year is extremely high construction pricing. So that's what we have today. The rest of it's in the report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stone.
I'll see if I can trip you up this time. So the building sits so much lower than the road.
Yeah.
Are we changing the grades? It seems very odd at this point.
Through your worship, what we're doing is we're installing a secondary catch basin to attract that water and run it out to the road to another one. So we're keeping the grades fairly the same. We're kind of subject to known fixed elevations according with the library and everything in the back. So we're going to run a catch basin as per the drawing. I can show you later, but it's going to be over at the one corner between the library, and so we're going to change a bit of the grade slightly to get it to come around. So it'll all be overland flow. That's one of the most cost-effective solutions for that. So.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Brandon. I'm just, the pricing going up the way it is, can you sign that dotted line as soon as possible? Anyhow, the second part, are we building any contingency into this at all, just in case the numbers change on us again? Save you having to come back here.
Yeah, through your worship, there is a $10,000 contingency within there, so.
Thank you for that. I would like to follow up on that because, Brandon, I know that this project is not unusual as to increased costs, and I know that we're facing that at the district as well. And I'm wondering if you're starting to look at all of our projects with this in mind. You know, our contingencies are growing, and that kind of sort of changing the formula a little bit. Is that something you guys are doing now, sort of going forward?
Through your worship, yeah, we've had many talks with Director Ukivi and internal staff for you know how we can adapt to this increase in construction costs. So we're definitely looking at it and do our best to incorporate it.
That's good. That's good to know. Yeah. So you don't have to keep coming back, right? All right, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. And just thanks, Brandon. I think the repair, if I remember right, for the paving, it was actually a term of the lease agreement, I think, if I remember right, when we agreed to the medical building. But is that right? I think it is. Thank you.
I'm going to throw that to our Director Mackenzie.
Thank you. It was something that was requested as part of that lease agreement, and we did include it in the budget because of that at the $60,000.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for that question. Good memory. All right. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries, I think that carries all around.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving right along, we are moving to 8.4, report number OPS-2023-13, Fire Services Governance Committee Structure Options. And I do have a motion, which I will read. It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Council accept the staff recommended committee structure for the Fire Services Governance Committee of the Councils of the Town of Huntsville and Township of Lake of Bays, as outlined in Report OPS-2023-13, and further that the committee be comprised of the following members. 1, 2 members of the Township of Lake of Bays Council, 2 members of the Town of Huntsville Council, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, 3 Township of Lake of Bays Chief Administrative Officer, 4 Town of Huntsville Chief Administrative Officer, 5 Town of Huntsville Director of Operations and Protective Services, 6 Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Chief, 7 Huntsville Lake of Bays Deputy Fire Chief, and further that the Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Services Governance Committee, terms of reference, attached as Schedule A to OPS-2023-13 be approved. Can I read the proposed amendment? If I have council's indulgence, we have a proposed amendment to this that was not included in the report. So would you mind if I read that? Go to the amendment? And then we can listen to Director Ukivi's report. That would be brilliant. So I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that council accept the staff recommended committee structure. Okay, the amended portion is in respect to the and further that. The initial, which is a new addition of initial committee, be comprised of the following members: 2 members of the Township of Lake of Bays Council, 2 members of the Town of Huntsville Council, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, with the addition of staff number 3, staff included in an advisory capacity reporting to the committee shall initially include Township, and the rest is exactly the same as I just read, with respect to all of the staff representatives. And further that the Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Services Governance Committee terms of reference attached to Schedule A to OPS-2023-13 be approved as amended. Over to you, Director Yukipi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Council. So this is the taking what was in the Fire Services Master Plan as a recommendation to the next step. So we do have right now, conceptually, we've got a blended administration for the fire services. We've got one administration, but operationally we have two separate fire services operating. In order to achieve the maximum efficiency out of the blended service, and this comes right from the Fire Services Master Plan, we need to blend those, the operations into one operation for both the township and the town. The only way to really structure that is by having this oversight committee led by members of council from both the township and the town to make recommendations to both councils. You could see, like, as we start to kind of get into the nitty-gritty of the operations of the fire service, it would be very challenging for staff, including the fire chief, to be running back and forth between two councils and maybe getting tweaks and changes to recommendations that they're making. So the objective of this, first and foremost, is to streamline that process. The initial structure for the committee is basically as outlined in the amended version of the motion. And the intent here is really to push through three very important lines of business to start. The three are intertwined, and you really can't look at one of them without looking at the other two, and that's why those three are being looked at together. So the first part is establishing one service level for both the town and the township. The second is looking at the agreement for the delivery of having Huntsville administer the delivery of the fire services for both the town and the township. And then the third part of that would be looking at the very first operating budget of the new blended fire service and making recommendations to both of the councils with respect to that. And you can see how all three of those are very tightly wound. So from there, once that important first piece of information or the first bit of work is completed by that committee and recommendations made to council and what the path forward is better known, we would be looking to that committee, the council members on that committee, to revisit the structure, to then decide on what the optimal structure of that committee would look like, whether that would include additional membership, whether it would include members of the public, whether there would be other expertise, whether there would be sub-working groups, things like that. So with that, I would open it to questions.
Thank you very much for a really thorough explanation of that. It was really helpful for me. And absolutely, the idea of an oversight committee is really, really critical moving forward with those, the first steps. Certainly, that's my view. Are there any questions of Director Yukipi? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Just a comment. Tarmo, thanks. I couldn't think of a better way to do this because the time involved and people wanting what the municipality wants and what the township wants. So I think it's the best case scenario, and everybody should come up with a positive outcome on this. So great job, detailed report. No questions.
Councillor Renwick.
Yeah, I'm going to squeak this one in. Thank you, Your Worship. Do you foresee any problems going forward with this? I mean, it sounds like it's a great report, but you're building something brand new that has never been done before. I think it's wonderful. But is there anything that you want to maybe highlight that could possibly go wrong, or that no? I mean, there are lots of things that could go wrong, I guess, but well,
through you, Your Worship, without jinxing the process.
Yeah, and I don't.
Not that that's a technical word. This isn't a first. It is a first for Huntsville and Lake of Bays, a foray into that. However, there are other municipalities across the province that have come together in partnerships in similar ways. And we have visited on one of those examples, and our fire chief, Gary Monahan, has been consulting with some of his other colleagues that have been going through similar models. So we have actually had these discussions with other areas that have implemented it. Are there going to be bumps in the road? Yes, there will be bumps in the road, I can promise that, but with a highly functioning group of people working together, we should be able to smooth that over fairly quickly.
I very much like the reference to the highly functioning group of people working together. Of course, no question. Are there any other questions? All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. I will call the question on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that carries. Great report, Tarmo. So, moving right along, Director Mackenzie. We are moving to 8.5, report number Corp-2023-48, Civic Center, office furniture and relocations. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Council approve the spend of up to $34,000 for office furniture at the Huntsville Civic Center relating to staff office relocations to be funded from the Working Fund Reserve. Director Mackenzie, over to you.
Thank you. So back in April, we brought forward a report just to highlight the fact that we have had quite a few new employees over at Town Hall. We've had new staff. We've also had ops move over to Town Hall from Medill, both managers and admin staff. We did commit to bringing back a report on what was needed for this move. So we have done quite a bit of reshuffling, but people are sitting right now with some temporary office furniture at best. Some of it is tables, that sort of thing. So we did add in here, just so that you have for your reference, where everybody has been relocated, but at this point we do need some office furniture for that staff. So we did get a quote, and we've included that detail there, and we're just looking for direction so we can go ahead and purchase it.
Questions? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, just to clarify, what's operations open area?
Go ahead.
Yep.
So that is the previously Club 55 space. So there's a management office towards the back there, but all the rest of the staff will be located in that open area.
Councillor Renwick, I feel like I'm going back and
I
forth.
know,
here.
thank you.
What's going on?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm all about, I think we're all about sort of recycling and what happens to the desks that are at Medill now? Are they just not usable, the ones that we have? I'm asking, that's all.
I'm not sure if Director Ukivi wants to jump in.
Director Ukivi? Okay, all right.
So the desk furniture has been repurposed for several of the operations team members that are still working from the Medill, and there are there's at least one big desk there that was in the director's office there that is not usable going forward, and anything that can be used would be moved over. So.
Okay. Councillor Renwick, follow up? Okay. We're not putting anything in storage unnecessarily is the answer. All right. Thank you. Councillor Stone.
I just want to say I've been in many offices, and I'm not seeing these large oak desks that used to be in these high executives' offices. I'm sure there's many IKEA furniture here at Town Hall, so I'm sure we're not blowing the budget on this.
I don't think we are, but it's good to know we're reusing and whatever. That's great. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you both. I didn't, thank you for reminding. Councillor Cluche, were you in favor of the last motion?
Yes, I was.
Why, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. You have Councillor Fitzgerald is paying attention. Just, he's got your back, just saying.
Yeah, that's good. He always does.
Thank you. All right, moving along to bylaws and agreements for passage. Okay, I will get to that one. Forgive me for a moment. Shall I ask her, or should I just run through this? You can read it and then say, okay. Okay, all right. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2023-66 to 2023-72 inclusive be reported and passed this 26th day of June 2023. 9.2.1 bylaw 2023-66 amendment to fees and charges bylaw 2022-125 as amended. 9.2.2 bylaw 2023-67 establish and assume Shea Road and Ott Drive as amended. 9.2.3 bylaw 2023-68 Pinto OSRA closure 260 West Browns Road. 9.2.4 bylaw 2023-69 Vinogradov OSRA closure 23 Europe Lane. 9.2.5 bylaw 2023-70 ZAC OSRA closure 271 Seeley's Road. 9.2.6 bylaw 2023-71 amendment to traffic control bylaw 89-93, and finally 9.2.7 bylaw 2023-72 amendment to appointing bylaw 2023-142. And if I may ask, Jessica, would you like to explain the amendment to bylaw 2023-67?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So there's a slight amendment since the addendum went out. The effect is still the same. However, the description has been updated based on parts on a plan I wasn't aware of in the original draft.
Thank you for that. Okay. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the bylaws? I'm not seeing any. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all around, including Councillor Cloutier. Okay, so under new business, the first item is 10.1, the extension of development charge fee deferral, Hillside Partners Limited Partnership, Inc. Do we need a motion for that? Is there, okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald, are you willing to put that motion? Yes, I do have, yes.
Chip, sorry, about the speaker, yes, I am.
Well, thank you very much for that. And is there someone around the table who might? Councillor Stone would like to second that. So I do have a motion that has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that notwithstanding policy, budget, and financial -12, council authorized staff to enter into an amending agreement with Hillside Partners Limited Partnership, Inc. related to the properties at 2 Treetops Lane, 5 Treetops Lane, 6 Treetops Lane, 7 Treetops Lane, and 8 Treetops Lane in Huntsville in the District Municipality of Muskoka to extend the agreement for up to an additional 24 months. Are there any questions or comments with respect to that? Councillor Fitzgerald, you have your mic on. Nope? Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. So I would sign, but we're flipping. Okay, that's great. Moving right along. So under new business, 10.2, we had a letter from BIA with respect to Main Street benches, and we also had reference to the pre-streetscape bench, as well as the new streetscape bench. And Councillor Renwick, I'd like it if you wouldn't mind speaking to this.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I will speak to this. So the BIA on, I can't remember the exact date, but Thank you. May 26th, myself, members of the BIA, as well as Councillor Schumacher from the Accessibility Committee, walked through the town of Huntsville to look at the placement of the furniture and the benches. And it was very evident that the benches look great, the new benches, and the Muskoka chairs look great. But they determined that there were certain areas, and they're listed here, that it would be nice to have a couple of extra benches put out, just mainly in the upper part of the downtown. We really did discover as well that as much as those Muskoka chairs are lovely to look at and they look really beautiful, they're not really that accessible to everyone. So not everyone is able to get in and out of those Muskoka chairs. So we were discussing and proposing that we would use 4 or 5 of our the benches from the BIA that they had in past. And that's why attached to this letter are the 2 benches. The first one is the one that the BIA does own, I think, 19 of these benches, and they were on the street previous. The second bench is the lovely new benches that have been purchased. And I do understand that the look and feel of downtown, it would be lovely to have brand new benches, but I don't know if there's an appetite with council to spend, say up to $10,000 on new benches. Maybe this is something that we look at for next year, but for now, when the tourists are coming, it would be great to have the benches that we already have in stock.
Thank you for that synopsis, and it was useful looking at the old pictures and of the old benches, and frankly, I think they look great. And I do like the idea of the possibility of resurrecting as an option. So I do believe we have a draft motion, if you're okay with it, Councillor Renwick. Is there another councillor who would, okay, Councillor Schumacher? And we'll put that on the screen. Well, I'm going to ask, as soon as the motion's on the floor, then we can ask questions, as many as we'd like. But I would like the motion to go on the floor. That's what I've been doing so far as a routine, so I thought maybe I wouldn't break the routine. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, whereas Council has received a request from the Downtown Huntsville BIA Board for the addition of benches along Main Street. Now therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to provide for the addition of 4 to 5 benches along Main Street using current furniture stock in storage, and further that placement of the furniture shall be as approved by the Director of Operations and Protective Services in consultation with the Downtown Huntsville BIA. With that, I would like to, Councillor Fitzgerald, you had your hand up. Yes.
Well, actually, a comment and a question for other members of council and maybe even staff. Has anyone sat in any of the new benches for longer than 2 minutes? Because they're very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable, and I've heard a lot of complaints about them. We have a couple in the pavilion in Port Sydney.
Wow.
And nobody enjoys sitting on them. Anyone else have any of that experience they want to share with us, or no?
I haven't, but I also haven't had any complaints, but isn't that funny? Well, interesting, so noted. So, Councillor Schumacher.
No, again, comments, I've not had complaints, but again, to Councillor Renwick's point, the benches do allow for people with issues to be able to, the handhelds is the part that, so I think that's why the one has that middle handheld as opposed to just at either end, to allow for people to be able to push themselves up a little more as an option. So what we had thought about when we walked in, some of our accessibility members had walked and wheeled as well around the town with us, we also thought about not just the accessibility from the mobility perspective, but also our senior population who can't travel from one end, and it was looking at the distances between those options and for them to be able to sit. And some can maneuver those stones as a nice option to sit, but there's a lot of people who can't maneuver those stones as a sitting option either, so.
Okay, thank you for that. Follow up,
Just,
Councillor
yeah,
Fitzgerald.
just to follow up, thank you, Your Worship. I was not referring to the bench with the extra handle for accessibility use at all.
It was just the shape of it as you sit?
Curved the unusual way.
and an unusual way.
Well, maybe we just ended
Well,
up
maybe
with those
we'll
in
have a
Port
field
Sydney.
trip. We could have an outing, a field trip.
I should
to
look into that.
We should. I think that's a very good suggestion. All right, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and just a couple of comments, but firstly, Councillor Fitzgerald, I have sat in those benches, and I haven't found them to be uncomfortable, but I do have a few extra pounds in padding maybe than some might. So it didn't bother me in the least. Anyhow, I just wanted to speak to Councillor Renwick's motion, and I think I absolutely always support reusing what we have, so we're not spending money on things that we don't need to, so 100% support it. And I'm not suggesting that we add anything to the motion, but I would suggest it would be a good idea to look at other areas that we could use the other benches so that they could be utilized and not just sit somewhere and not be used at all. Thank you.
I totally appreciate that last comment, Councillor Clark. I too really support your motion, Councillor Renwick. And if I may just turn to our clerk for 1 second. Okay, I needed just to get an insight. Councillor Clark, was there anywhere in particular that you were thinking of that would be suitable for those, reusing those old benches?
Well, thank you, Mayor Alcock, and thank you for entertaining my thought. Yes, I always get probably 2 or 3 calls every month from people that are concerned about the Northlander bus pickup location. And there's currently nowhere to sit there. I was taking my youngest to baseball the other day, and there was probably 20 people there waiting for the bus. Some are sitting on the ground, some are laying on the ground. It was a hot day, the pavement would have been hot. I think this is a perfect spot where we could utilize some benches to make it a little bit better situation than what's currently there.
Thank you very much for that. And if I may ask CAO Corey. I was about to go to Director Ukivi, but CAO Corey is beating me to it.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So I have had a conversation with Councillor Clark and subsequently with Director Ukivi, and he will be looking into that as soon as he can. The issue was if the benches had to be on the private property, that's a whole other layer of red tape perhaps, but we do own some property in that location. So as long as they'll fit, then we'll make sure it happens.
Well, that's great. Do you need a motion from, no, we can just do that. Councillor Stone.
So I had the same thought as Councillor Clark, and I just wondering if we should add to the motion further that Director of Operations, should he so choose, find locations for these benches that are sitting locked up when they could be in our parks.
Okay, that's what we can do, and we will add it to this motion. And further that, it's being typed right now, and further that. And Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to be clear, that some of these benches that were the BIAs are being used at the moment. Like, they are being used throughout the town. There's 2 of them at the church in downtown, and I believe there's some, maybe Colleen might be able to speak to that. But there are being used, so they could maybe be repurposed for other locations as well. But I know there are 3 at the Public Works that are not being used, so.
Well, this is very exciting, I have to say. One, we're discovering that they're being used. I'm not sure why we need a council motion at all, really. Sorry. No, this is great, and I'm very happy you raised that. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Fitzgerald, did you have your hand up? No. Councillor Schumacher, okay.
And I know last term we'd had Hudson Hair Salon come when Councillor Armour was the chair of accessibility, because they were looking at doing picnic tables possibly with some of their fundraising money. And one of the places we had suggested was Riverside with the new sensory garden there, and I'm not sure what there is for sort of seating in over that way, was another thought.
So you're suggesting bench or picnic table?
Well, we
Are
would wanted the
moving into
picnic table, but we haven't seen those yet, so
Okay,
there's
so-
some seating in that area, whatever we can get, sooner rather than later. I just wasn't sure if there is some there, that would be another spot that I think seating.
So maybe it's noted. Can we note that? Just because we're not quite sure of the details. So we do have further that. Yes, Tanya, are you? Okay, so are the mover and seconder, that's Councillor Renwick and Councillor Schumacher. We're crafting, and we're about to put the latest, Councillor Fitzgerald, I didn't. Councillor Cluche, did you, no, okay. Again, Councillor Fitzgerald has your back, whether you need it or not. Okay. Well, that's quite all right, that's good. And, okay, so, all right, we'll pay attention to that. So I have read the main motion, and we have added to that, and further that, the Director of Operations and Protective Services review additional locations for the use of any remaining furniture within the town. So that covers, does that, Councillor Clark? Fantastic. Yep, CAO Corey would like to weigh in.
Thank you, Worship. So I just would like council to know that typically we would look at other locations. The issue with this particular ask was it was on the main street, and there was a look and feel with the new streetscapes. We
Fair
just felt it was really important that council was okay with us putting the benches on the main street. Other than that, we definitely will place them wherever we can. So that's why we're before council today.
And thank you for noting that, and I think that's great. And it's actually been a good discussion, having it here. One we're reusing, and as I told somebody earlier, that if Councillor Renwick isn't at all, has anything to do with the placement of the retired benches anywhere, I'm sure that, maybe there'll be a mural on them or something like that. We'll let her loose. And so, okay. All right, everybody has heard the motion. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around, including Councillor Cluche. Thank you for bringing that forward. And it was a good discussion tonight, and we got to that one, Councillor Clark, so that's excellent. All right, so moving to the third item under new business, which is 10.3, and it is the request with respect to the Ball Diamond at Macaulay Robertson Sports Complex. I believe we have like a draft motion, but maybe we should have a discussion first around the table. Yes, Councillor Stone.
So I'd like to know more about locking up the fields. Why do we do it? Do we do it to make sure people aren't using it when we could be renting it to them? Or is it because we're worried about damage? Can staff speak to that?
Yes, I would ask, okay, Colleen is going to come down and talk to us about that. Great, welcome back, Colleen.
Through you, Mayor Alcock. So when we have a rental on a baseball diamond, we do prep work to the diamond. Groom it, line it, that type of thing, and make sure it is fully inspected and safe for play. So our staff resources, another issue is our staff resources are slim. And so if a diamond isn't requested and on our schedule, we don't prepare it. Therefore, keeping them locked keeps them, well, they're ready for play when someone books it. The issue of having people being able to drop in and play whenever isn't really an issue because we do have Diamond C that is available always. It can't be locked. So just to, I think, it kind of coincided with our major renovation back in 2019-20. Also, COVID happened along there too, where we had to lock a lot of our facilities, and being able to control the access there became very important to protect our asset that we've just spent a lot of money on. So, for example, if we groom and prepare a diamond for the Hornets to use on a Friday evening, we also don't want a drop-in group to go and play on the diamond, and so that we'd have to re-prepare it. So it's scheduling our operations team to do all the prep work, and then keeping it ready for the people who have paid for it and scheduled it. So, yeah.
Just as a follow-up, I've also noticed and had a complaint or two that the lights are on when people aren't playing in the evenings. And I didn't know if it might be prudent to work closer with the people renting it. So perhaps a lockbox, perhaps they can turn the lights out when they leave. I don't know, but it certainly seems something that's very manageable.
Through you, Mayor Alcock. So the lighting system is a different item, and they can be turned on and off by the user groups.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And do you have any comments? Sorry, if I'm monopolizing. Do you have any comments about having a lockbox? Is that a problem for our user groups?
For the lighting system?
No,
Not a
no,
problem.
I'm talking about for unlocking and using the
Well, again,
field.
that would just be, people could, if they could get into the lockbox, it'd be the same as leaving them unlocked. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there would just be, we wouldn't know when people were there using the diamonds then.
But it would be a layer to preserve the field for the user group.
Perhaps, but having them scheduled accurately is beneficial for everyone, again, so that we can prepare them, make sure they're inspected and safe.
May I follow up on the lockbox? So if a lockbox, you still need the code to get in. So if we gave that to the user groups,
It's the same as leaving the diamonds unlocked, potentially, really.
Except that you might have other people other than the user group using them.
But, and so scheduling is, of course, very important, so we don't have user conflict. The diamond may be available, but it may also be rented by someone else.
Right, and your point, Colleen, was that if there was a family wants to go out and just, they have a bunch of cousins and they want to go have a quick impromptu game, they can always use Diamond C.
Absolutely, always available.
Always there.
Yep, and so then if it does get used but has already been prepared for evening play, we have just one diamond to re-prepare for
Right.
the booked scheduled user.
Right, so there is always a diamond available.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, yes, Councillor Cluche, and you've got your electric hand up. Look at that.
Yeah, I
He's
finally figured it
advanced.
out.
He's moved right along. That's what
That's
Europe
true,
does
you-
to you.
Through you, Your Worship. The amount of work that our staff puts in to get those ball diamonds to be Class A ball diamonds, which they all are, is unbelievable. And the condition that the teams play on them, and the reason why they're that condition is because nobody else is going on them. We do have the one diamond, as we've all heard, and I'm repeating a bit here. We have the one diamond. If a family wants to go out and play, it's accessible to them. I don't think we need the other 4 or 5 open to that. As long as one is available to them, I think that's quite sufficient. And the other way, we keep the other ones locked for on the rentals. And that way there, the condition of the diamonds is perfect when they get to use them.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Schumacher.
I know there's an older ball diamond in Utterson as well at the ballpark there. There are other diamonds people can use throughout. I mean, it is part of our community services master plan to be able to have open and free activity for people. I'm just trying to, I guess, gauge how many are there that are options. Just those 2?
To be fair, I think there are a few schools that have maybe not top-notch facilities, but a backstop somewhere that they can play pickup.
Is Diamond C well used?
During the daytime for pickup, casual play?
Yeah.
Not terribly. I mean, it's there and it's available, but I wouldn't say it's a regular occurrence.
Right, okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. But aren't we specifically speaking about the ask that the Muskoka Hornets are asking, like to have that open? Like, that's really what we're talking, we're not talking about
We're
general.
talking about their request that we open
Yeah.
it up, all of the diamonds.
All of the diamonds.
All of the diamonds.
Because I understand for public to go and use C is great. And I understand what you're saying, that you do put a lot of work into it. But if it's just that group that has the code, let's say, for the lockbox, then they're the only ones that are going to go on there, right?
Through you, Mayor Alcock, yes and no, but if they haven't made a booking, then we haven't prepared the diamond.
Sorry, just to follow up then, could they not notify staff to say we're coming because it's raining in Bracebridge, we're going to come, and use that, so then you now know that they'll be there? Like, is there a way of communicating that? Isn't that what they do?
Well,
Yeah.
through your Mayor Alcock, so that would be the formal booking process, which on short notice, we just might not have staff to do the preparation and the grooming of the diamond and the inspection, depending on timeframe.
So, assuming though, that it's already prepared, to your point, Colleen, if it's already prepared but they were planning on playing in Bracebridge and it's raining there, so last minute they decide that they're going to use Huntsville, then it's locked, and it's locked because it's been groomed. So I'm just wondering, to Councillor Renwick's point, if they had the code, and they were a bit more sort of, I gather there's some scheduling issues. So if there was an effort to work on scheduling, maybe if, they indicated there might be a possibility we are going to need that. So if they do that at the same time as maybe having access to a lockbox, would
So,
that sort of meet in the middle?
Except that, so if we have a booking on our schedules, we do prepare in advance and then lock the gates.
Right.
But say for a Sunday at noon, if there isn't a game on our schedule, we haven't prepared.
Right. So it's a scheduling thing.
It's a scheduling and it's a maintenance and it's a safety, as far as preparing the diamonds and making sure they're safe to use.
Okay, so I think I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour, followed by, I'm going to Councillor Fitzgerald, and back to you, Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Worship. Number one here, no? No, I understand staff's dilemma here with the work that goes into look at preparing these diamonds. I'm aware that I believe there's only 5 staff members in park, and I think it's only 2 that can actually look after the diamonds.
Yeah.
So these last minute, I played baseball for many years, and I can remember going on these diamonds that were prepared, and someone else had been there ahead of you and dug holes, and we spent a lot of time trying to repair the diamond before we could even play baseball. So I understand your dilemma, especially with Diamond F, because it's really the hardball diamond. It's got the pop-up or place-in bases and stuff like that. It's worth a lot more money than I think, well, a lot more care and control we need on, I believe anyhow.
And that sort of suits what Peter was saying, that these facilities are spectacular. And because we do all of the things that we do. So, Councillor, follow-up? Yes? Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up. I'm just wondering if instead of a lockbox or something like that, is there a number that they could give, that they could call to say, hey, it's pouring rain in Bracebridge, we need to head to Huntsville to play baseball. Can we get someone to come over and unlock the diamonds for us and book them? Because I know there's a booking thing here too, and that there's a cost to booking them, right? There's revenue to be made off them. If they're just going on the diamonds and playing for free, there's a loss of revenue. And we don't want that, because these are community and our taxpayers pay for these diamonds. So I'm just wondering if there's another avenue instead of lockboxes and a phone number or something like that.
Colleen?
Through you, Mayor Alcock. So our weekend schedules can be very different from one weekend to another. And we staff and we schedule with the schedules we have available to us. So on any given weekend, if there's soccer also happening, maybe an event in Port Sydney, maybe a big event in Rivermill Park, we simply may not have the time without a little bit advance notice, say 24 hours or 48 hours, to have enough staff on hand to do all of that. We are a 7-day-a-week operation, and we've got the 5 full-time staff as well as a few seasonal people spread across those 7 days. So throwing an extra in like that randomly may be possible, but it may not be either. I can't guarantee it.
Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald, then Councillor Schumacher, and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Your Worship. just from personal experience, when you start making exceptions to scheduling, it's the inch and mile routine. I have personal experience with an old rink that was accessible, and you couldn't control who had the access to the lockbox after a while.
Right.
And when users who are scheduled to go there, they go there and the field's been used, who are they going to call? And have we done them a good service? So I have to say that it's a good system we have with the available staff we have. If we want to increase the level of service there, then that's another discussion for us to have. And, you know, the numbers that were passed around for new members in the Hornets Club, it may warrant that, but I think that's another discussion. I don't think we should go down this avenue.
Appreciate those comments. Thank you. Councillor Schumacher, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. I mean, I think Councillor Armour's points were kind of to mine, but so, yeah, I'm just trying to get it in my head when we were having that conversation. You're preparing it, say, Friday night for the Hornets to use. They use it, you just lock it up after. There's like no prep work done as a close. Then if they want to come on Saturday, they're dealing with whatever mess they had made on the Friday night, correct?
If they had it booked for Saturday, we would be in
Well,
early in
no,
the
I'm just
morning
saying
to
the last
re-prepare.
minute. If they had, it wasn't booked on the weekend and it's raining now in Bracebridge, they come back on Saturday. If they had it open, they're dealing with whatever mess they had left it in on the Friday night, correct?
That would be correct, and we wouldn't have had a chance if it's not booked to re-prepare.
So then it sort of speaks to that same point about we have these great facilities. If they have tournaments coming in, they're coming into what they see, which isn't always.
Won't be necessarily as great, which is really, all right. No, I need to go to Councillor Clark. No, Councillor Clark, don't wreck my system here.
Okay,
I've
thank
got
you,
a
Mayor
system.
Alcock. I don't want to wreck your system. I just have some comments. I played minor baseball for years, not very well, but I did play. My youngest boy's playing right now, and my oldest boy did play. And I love the game. I love the history of the game. The thing about baseball is there's a stat for everything, right? And you know, I think history is a big part of the game. So, but I agree with a lot of what I heard tonight. I'd prefer not to rush into making a decision tonight about it, because I think there's, just from listening, there's so many questions here around the table tonight, things that need to be discussed further. I also think we really need to get input from the McCully and Robertson families about naming. I know we're not renaming the facilities, but we're naming the diamonds. I think it'd be nice to get some input from the families, how they feel about that. And obviously, we need to get some more input from staff about locking of the diamonds, because there's many questions around here tonight about that. I know there was a report brought to this council 2 or 3 years ago, but there's a lot of new councillors, and we haven't seen a report. So I think it'd be good to see a new report, since we've got a newer council. The last thing I want to mention, and no one's really mentioned it tonight so far, is they were asking about the plaque for $5,000, and I think that seems to be an excessive cost to me, $5,000 for a plaque. And so I don't know if we could have our staff look into that cost, but I don't think I'd be supporting a $5,000 plaque. Thanks.
Thank you for all of that, Councillor Clark. And with respect to the plaque, I think that anything to do from a financial nature would make all the sense in the world to deal with when we go through our budget process, because we haven't budgeted for that for this year. And if that was council's wish, then we could ask staff to deal with that during that process. So I think I'm concurring with what you're saying. We have a draft motion that we could put up and see if there's if it suits anybody around the table, and we could speak to that. Anybody, would you want to humor me and we'll put the draft motion up. Oh, did I miss your other comment, Councillor Fitzgerald? We need a break. I think that's what we need, right after this.
This comment. When
Well,
I
after
played
this-
baseball
Oh, you did?
and soccer,
Really?
and when it rained, we rescheduled. And we extended the season, or we picked up a day and played again some other time. And my parents, with 6 kids, drove a lot of miles with makeup games. So that's what you do when your kids are in sports or you're in sports.
Okay, appreciate that comment too. So I think what we've did, it's most interesting that this issue, everybody, Councillor Morrison, I haven't asked you, so absolutely. No, I was just going to say that every councillor, and I was about to say, and I know you have views on this, so has actually talked about this. So there's a lot going on with this one, right? And so it does, anyway, why don't I turn it over to you, Councillor Morrison?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. On the opening of the diamonds, I see both sides of it. I just wonder, like, we are, I believe, from the research I've done, the only town that I've found in Ontario that does lock their diamonds, unless there's others and I haven't heard of it. So I'm wondering, is there a way, at least with the lockbox idea, because if they bring, like, the tournaments that they bring to town are huge, and they bring a lot of people to town, and if there's an option to help them, why wouldn't we do it? And if they're willing to accept the conditions of the field, maybe it got roughed up the night before, and they're okay with it, then let's let them play. And they can't always get a staff member to come out because that's not fair to the staff. They're busy, they got a lot on the go. But if we have a diamond that's dry in Huntsville and there's a tournament trying to finish in Bracebridge, I mean, it's a taxpayer-funded facility. Let's get them on that diamond. Let's let them play, right? That's my thoughts on that.
Thank you for that, and I think that absolutely valid. We ignored, or didn't ignore, but there was a lot of data in there as to the number of tournaments that come to Huntsville with the Hornets, with the association. So, really valid point. Should I put the motion up? I'm not sure it speaks to the lockbox, so I can't remember. But it was a draft just to get the conversation going, and then we had a big conversation. So we might want to come back to that, Councillor Morrison, is what I'm saying. Okay, so are we putting it up on the screen? Do you want me to read it? Do I have a mover and a seconder just to put it on the table? Okay, Councillor Stone and Schumacher. Thank you very much. I was looking this way. I was looking this way. We do need to have a break, I have to say. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, whereas Council supports in principle moving forward with individually naming individual diamonds, we've got individual twice, but that's okay, diamonds within the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park. And whereas staff are in the process of developing a naming policy for the town of Huntsville for Council's consideration. Now therefore be it resolved that no decisions be made at this time regarding naming of the individual ball diamonds until such time as the naming policy is approved by council. And further that the naming policy include a selection process, and further that staff consult with the Macaulay Robertson families, and further that resolution GC 186-21 be rescinded. So, doesn't quite deal with the lockbox, and it may not be where some, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. I love the progress we've made on this, but I don't love the motion. I feel like we're overthinking things a little bit here, and I think we're kicking stuff down the line that maybe we don't need to, because it's only going to have to come back again and again. And as Deputy Mayor Armour mentions, the third time that Peter's come to council to talk about this. It's been a 5-year process. There was a motion in 2021 saying to start the public consultation process about the possibility of renaming the diamonds in those 2 names. And I know that we're a new council, but I think we need to build on the blocks of previous councils, of stuff that was discussed at length, probably hours and hours and hours. And then we don't need to keep discussing stuff for hours and hours and hours. It was decided by 9 very competent people around this table that this was a worthy initiative to explore. Because of staffing shortages and whatnot, there wasn't the time to follow through on the direction. You know, the direction was given, wasn't followed up at the time, and that happens because you have so much stuff on your plate. What we're trying to do now is add more stuff to staff, and I think we can simply, as 9 elected officials, decide if we want to do this, not to mention the fact that these families that are waiting for this decision keep getting put off and put off and put off. Nobody's getting any younger, and who knows by the time we finally make a decision who's able to attend. I know that the Selkirk family wants to attend this event. I know the Remington family would be very proud to attend an event. So I think perhaps I'm hearing around the table that maybe the McCully-Robertson family should be consulted, and I tend to agree with that. I don't think it needs a full public consultation, no more than the Al Thorpe room being named at the arena was given a full consultation. But I do think when we consider this, we could also consider, and not an emotion, but we could consider giving some more recognition to Alex Robertson and Bob McCully at the Diamonds. Like Don Locke and Jack Bionda at our arena, there's actual plaques and a statue, right? Just the bust of Don Locke, and there's this, and it describes what they've done for our town. And I'm only now learning exactly how influential Bob McCully and Alex Robertson were. But you don't see that at the Diamonds. So we could look to accomplish two things here. We give recognition where it's due to the builders of that facility, but also stop kicking this down the line and just decide that we're gonna move forward and maybe just amend it to officially name the fields, but give time for public consultation with the two families. And I do know the naming policy is coming down the line, but we don't know exactly when. We know it's coming hopefully sooner rather than later. But we could keep pushing this and be months and months and months. So I'd like to see it come to a vote of whether or not we're comfortable just naming them with some consultation. And that gives the family some closure that they, after 5 years, will know what's up. That's my
Thank you
thoughts.
for that, Councillor Morrison. And so you're proposing to amend the motion to, we'll have to think of the wording on that. I think Tanya's typing away, so that's great. Some of it could still, in my view, we could still keep a portion of it because we still have remaining diamonds. We still need the naming policy for the remaining diamonds. And we might find that there are other worthy names out there. And the community will hear of this depending on how it goes with the amendment, and might be very much interested in saying there are other worthy names as well. But again, I do like the idea of actually having a process and a policy in place, how we do that. But I do hear you with respect to the naming of the two diamonds because it has been before previous councils. So just saying. All right. Do we have proposed wording for the amendment? Is there any other councillor who would like to comment on that? We can take a break, and that makes a lot of sense because we are now crafting words, and I think we need a break. So a 10-minute break, is that enough time? All right, 10-minute break. It is, it's almost 8 o'clock, so let's say 10 after 8, all right? Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are live. And thank you, everybody, for allowing us to have that break. That was good. And for the fulsome discussion earlier, it was really, I really enjoyed it. It was good. So, but of course, we've messed things up as far as process. And therefore, because of that, I'm moving over to our clerk to explain the next step.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Okay, so before we went on break, there's a motion on the floor, and now we want to put an amendment by Councillor Morrison and Councillor Stone. However, because the motion is so different, we're going to substitute the whole thing. So you're going to have a motion on the floor that is a motion to substitute, and it'll show you what we're substituting to. And then the motion that is substituted comes up. So there's still two motions, just like an amendment, but it's a motion to substitute. Just wanted to explain that so you know.
Beautiful. So do I get to read the motion to substitute? Okay. You betcha. That's so great. That's so exciting. All right. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the motion be substituted for the following. Whereas Council has received a request to name the ball diamonds at the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park as follows. Ball Diamond A to Rimington Diamond in recognition of Stan Rimington, reference resolution 342-86, and Ball Diamond F to Selkirk Diamond in recognition of George Selkirk. And whereas Council supports in principle these requests, now therefore be it resolved that staff consult with the Macaulay Robertson families and other Ball Diamond users regarding the requests, and further that staff be directed to report back to the July Council meeting, and further that Resolution GC 186-21 be rescinded. So before I ask Council, I just wondered if in the very opening, if it's really clear that we are only referring to individual ball diamonds. And if it's clear to everyone, then I'm good. It was to name the ball diamonds. Yeah. So it is saying the ball diamonds at the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park. So that pretty much does it, right? There isn't any confusion I want for anybody who might be watching this. We are not looking at renaming Macaulay Robertson Park. This is specifically looking at individual ball diamonds. Just saying that for reference. And everyone else? Are there questions with respect to this? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick one on other ball diamond users regarding the requests. Who would those people be? Just the like slow pitch and co-op leagues and stuff like that? Okay, thanks for that.
Only ball diamond users.
Right, okay, thanks for that.
Okay, any other question? I will call the question. All those in favor? And Monty too, and Councillor Kluche. Is that okay? You're pointing your finger in a different direction. I don't know what that's for. You're just saying it's really late. And all right, so that was unanimous. Now I would like to call the main motion as substituted. Yes. All those in favor? We're as substituted. We voted on the substitution. So I'm voting on the main motion, which in fact we're not really voting on because it's been substituted and we substituted and voted on that. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, that's so great. I think that carried all around. Yes, it did. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Monty, did you vote for the main motion as substituted? All right. That's fantastic, everybody. Thank you. I have enough. Oh.
This is the ramp poverty.
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you. The clerk has reminded me, going right back to our very first deputation, which was from RAMP. And I do have a very short motion that would someone care to move Councillor Renwick, Councillor Schumacher. I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that council suspend the rules of procedure relating to notice to allow a motion regarding residents against Muskoka poverty. Okay, this just allows. All those in favor? Okay, now that we've allowed it, and I hope you can read that because that's not very clear. So do I have a mover and a seconder? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald. Seconder, Deputy Mayor Armour. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Whereas Residents Against Muskoka Poverty provides programs which directly address systemic barriers that keep people in poverty and also provide some combination of the training, knowledge, connections, skills and services, attitudes and tools required to liberate people from cycles of poverty. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Huntsville supports in principle RAMP in shining light on programs that help people overcome the obstacles they encounter while lifting themselves out of poverty. Are there questions with respect to that motion? Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Was there any mention of using the logo in there? Like that they're going to use our logo on their website?
Is this identical to the one that
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. It is identical to the one that Lake of Bays passed, but perhaps Director Maxwell can answer the question on that.
Director Maxwell, do we need specific reference to have if we support RAMP, do we need additional wording with respect to having our logo?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, we would be able to provide it to them if it meets with our terms of reference for use.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you. Councillor Renwick, we're good? Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries, and thank you for reminding me about that. Okay, moving right along to agenda item 11, general information. Everybody reviewed their council correspondence. Are there any questions around? Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Sorry, before moving on to general information, Mayor Alcock, should we be mentioning anything about the field access / lockbox? Because that was one of the asks, and we haven't really made a decision. Or is that something we can deal through our CAO and director to make it an operations thing?
We actually didn't deal with that in the motion, so CAO Corey.
Thank you, Your
Words
Worship.
of advice would be very helpful.
Councillor Morrison. So the reason the matter was before you this evening is because staff feel from an operational perspective, it is not a good thing to proceed with issuing a key or having a lockbox for many of the reasons that were discussed around the table. So if council so chose to grant the request, it would be against staff's recommendation to do that. So to direct it back to staff, we still feel very firmly that the process that we're following is in the best interest of the corporation. And we would, if we receive direction from council to do otherwise, then we would have to do that.
So that's really clear that we're not going to ask staff for further report on it. It is very clear. If we want to do that, then we need a motion from a councillor to put it on the table for consideration.
Can I speak? I didn't put my hand up. I guess I still want to address the idea that we're potentially losing out on rentals, and I do understand the staff's hesitation for sure, but I also do know that almost every other diamond in the province is open other than the Skydome, which apparently is not called the Skydome anymore, but the Rogers Center. I wish they kept the name. But so I wonder if there's a way to finding a way, I wonder if there's a path to yes and a path to helping these groups because they bring a lot of people to town and they support all these kids and it's all volunteer hours. So I know that probably even Peter Haynes would admit that he's not the best scheduler. I know there's been some errors here and there on that. But if there's a chance to have 5 ball games on a weekend in Huntsville because it's rain in Bracebridge, I think we still have to look at a way to find a solution to that. So I don't know if one of us has to put a motion or if you have some comments.
You know, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the idea of if we are going to find a solution, it seems that from what we've heard, the lockbox might be the solution unless we just open it up. but I think that's where I'm hurt. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. I mean, I would agree with Councillor Morrison in that it's not like that, even if they did end up on there on a weekend, they've never, missed a payment, or they are a good in-standing user. So I'm not concerned about any of that, if it is a sort of a last-minute due. And I guess maybe to the CAO, this really has only started happening since we redid the diamonds and we started locking things up because of COVID. Because previous to this, they had access to the field, correct?
So that's a really good point to raise. They weren't locked before our right. So if I may ask, I don't know who might know the answer, maybe. Director Babineau, do you know, is our municipality one of the few that has locks our diamonds?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how many do. The Hornets definitely are a key tenant. They certainly would not leave without paying a bill if we were to switch things up. I think we could probably make those arrangements. Certainly, they would let us know if they've switched a day. I don't know how many other diamonds lock them. I do know that we've started doing that since we've invested so much.
Right.
And that we do lock them after they've been used, if there's somebody there to lock them.
So I wonder, thank you for that. And I wonder, and I'll go right to you, CAO Corey, if there's you try something on a pilot basis. And that, and if it proves to be, because I appreciate both the director and the manager's comments about why we do it, and they are really important and really well taken care of facilities. And also there, what I heard, some issues around scheduling that didn't occur before but are occurring now. So there is a bit of an onus. It goes both ways. And so I don't know if Councillor Fitzgerald is a little bored with the discussion, perhaps. So I'm wondering if there's any consideration, and I'll go right to you, CAO Corey, but we didn't mention the idea of a pilot, and I certainly am being pulled in a lot of different directions on this one. So, CAO Corey.
So first, I need to apologize to council because I just provided the issue that we're having as opposed to providing potential solutions. So if you really narrow it down, the issue is the resources to service the area. So as we've talked about, there's literally 5 full-time staff. We have a few seasonal staff. Look at the size of the municipality that they have to be responsible for. So really the issue is the resources. With the current resources that we have, it would be very difficult for us to leave the fields open to ensure that they were maintained safely so we didn't have any insurance issues, keeping in mind if we don't know if the groups are coming and we don't maintain it and somebody hurts themselves, then we're calling Julia for an insurance claim. So the issue is the resources. We don't have the staff to make sure that we can just leave it open, and not that there's an issue with the Hornets at all doing that. So there's certainly something we could bring forward for next budget season whereby we add some extra hours, so potentially there's actually somebody at the diamond, perhaps all the time, doing maintenance or making sure things are okay. So I think the issue now is, the reason I say staff's position is we would recommend it not be unlocked is because we don't have the staff resources to ensure its safety and it's maintained. So
I appreciate those comments, but it's also in reference to completely unlocking it. It's not in reference to the idea of a lockbox, right? And so we're not saying unlock it and open it up to the public. And I also would say that if we decided, if the idea of having a pilot around a lockbox, that, 2 staffs comment and calling valid points about, well, we won't have time to go in and do the proper grooming of the field. So the Hornets then have to be ready, if they decide to use it and go on the field, that it's not going to be up to the standard in which they're used to or accustomed to. So it's got to be so that we don't have to ensure that staff are there. Oh, they used it in the weekend, and well, where was staff to do it? Well, sorry, but it's quid quo pro. You can't have it both ways. So I absolutely hear you, CA Corey, that we are this many staff, and we're not saying, okay, now you have to work time and gazillion and a half to make sure the Hornets are happy. But I think maybe if we try something on a pilot, and if it starts going south quickly, or if staff is feeling in some way that they're getting extra heat, then we need to know about that. That's just my comment. I don't know how, okay, so I've had hands up. Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship. I like the idea of a pilot. I think the ask was for a lockbox. So I think if we remove and open it up to access for everyone, there's going to be more user groups in there,
Right.
and that's going to open the door to more fields not ready for play when you have scheduled renters. So be careful how we open Pandora's box here. So, but I like the idea of it.
Okay, thank you.
We don't know
for
until we
that.
try.
Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thank you, Worship. Along the same lines is the fact that if we prepare the diamond and it's ready to go for a user group who's renting it, and it's left unlocked, in the meantime, someone goes in and uses the diamond before the user group shows up to use it, and the white lines are gone, the bags are missing or they're destroyed. Now you have a user group coming in saying, hey, I just paid you so many months of dollars to have this diamond ready for me, now it's not ready. How are we going to address that issue? Because I think that could happen.
It's a great point. And again, this is where I think that it would need to work both ways. I don't know the frequency of the need. Like, you know what Peter made reference to, it's raining in Bracebridge, they have to come up to Huntsville. I don't know how often that is. But I think if it was happening a lot, then there's an issue with scheduling. Then I'd be totally in staff's court to say, all right, if you're doing that, then why are you not scheduling this? So I don't know the answer to that, Deputy Mayor. I don't know, and I should step out now because it's Councillor Stone.
So we're going around in circles here. It's a very simple thing. I think the lockbox makes perfect sense. The user groups are wholly responsible. They're not going to use it for a game that they haven't paid for. They're not going to give the number out to everybody to be able to open it and go play whenever they want. They're very responsible. Put a damn lockbox in. If it goes badly, we'll take it away. So I will second Councillor Morrison's motion.
Okay. And do you have a motion, Councillor Morrison?
Yeah, I would have a motion. I'll get our clerk to help me with the wording, just that we direct staff to work on implementing a lockbox system for the user groups at the Macaulay Robertson Sports Complex.
As a pilot.
As a pilot for this summer. And we reserve the right to cancel that pilot at any time if we feel that is, but let's face it, I would love the problem to be that too many people are using our fields. That fits our community services master plan, it fits everything, right? So I would say we get that lockbox in place and have a discussion with them about the quid pro quo you talked about.
Okay, so we have a proposed motion, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Renwick. So it has been moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to provide as a pilot project for a lockbox at the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park for the 2023 season for the Muskoka Hornets Baseball Association. Well, they need all the diamonds, right?
Just Diamond F, I think.
Oh. Oh, that's right. C is always open. Right. It's so, right, that they need. All right, Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Your Worship, should that only be for Diamond F that they play on, and not every field?
I am open to what makes sense in the room. Councillor Morrison?
I think it should be open to all three, because if it's a tournament, for instance, and there's 6 teams coming up, you know, if they're going to have access to one, they may as well have access to all, and it won't be very often. And another thing too, for the staff, is if you're doing a lockbox, you can get an electronic lockbox with individual codes, so you'll know exactly which user group has punched in the lockbox, and you get notified potentially. So there's a way to do it so we can actually do a really good pilot project and protect our assets.
Okay, that answers your question, Councillor Morrison, and Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock.
Morrison, sorry.
I didn't see anything in there about an out in that motion for us in the event that we get into, say, August and we're having major issues and problems.
We need to back out, right?
Yep. Well, it's not clear in the motion.
No. Do we, CAO Corey, do we need specifically that clause probably to help us out with that?
Thank you, Your Worship. So pilot project would imply that it's for a period of time, but to Councillor Clark's point, there's no harm in putting
it in.
that in the
Okay.
motion.
All right. How should, can you suggest something?
Yes.
As an out. This is good. This is what you want. You want us to have an out. Back up. That within. I did. But if it goes, let's say in August, by the end of July, if we said, oh man, it's a disaster, we want to pull out in August, that wouldn't it? I'm not saying for the 2023 season. We could say, or conditional on, actually, you know what? This motion actually refers to the 2023 season. So I think if it's a disaster, Councillor Clark, this motion actually refers to the 2023 season. So I think it's really, and it's a pilot. So it would have to be something serious in August, let's say. We got to let it run for at least a month, right? So I think it's probably fine as it is. Okay, yeah. One, Councillor Schumacher. she
Thank
has
you.
one.
I just have Director McKenzie's voice in my head for some reason. And when we talked about liability and insurance, are they mandated to have that? And I know Bob's just gonna shake his head here, but are they mandated to have that, as CAO pointed out? Like if they dig up the field and then they go in and use it and somebody gets hurt,
I'm
through this
assuming
pilot,
that
we
we
already
already are covered
have
by
it.
that, but I will ask Director Babineau has her mic on. Oh.
Okay, through you, Mayor Alcott. Forget the question. Oh, the Hornets and their insurance. They do pay a blanket policy to play for the entire season. So it doesn't matter, it's not a day by day, and so we collect that at the beginning of the season, and we have that for the season. So when we take bookings, we do book them by day, and we can switch them in and out if they've changed their calendar. But the insurance covers across.
And thank you for that, and I noticed Director McKenzie would like to weigh in. And we also have a little addition to the motion once we, yes.
So I would just say as well, we do get the insurance policy from them, but if there is a major lawsuit and something could tie back to the fact that we didn't do the inspection or maintenance in between the two bookings, then we could be held liable.
Wow. Okay, all right. Okay, and the one last item that we're adding to the motion is, and further that, the cost be taken of the lockbox is not cheap. So a good lockbox that you're referring to, Councillor Morrison, we want a good lockbox to make sure, or 3 block boxes. So we need to ensure that we have actually allocated some dollars. Yeah. So there's One lockbox, because it's one location to get in. So one lockbox. You said 3.
So if I may, just for clarification, Your Worship.
It's
so-
one lockbox.
So is it just Diamond F?
No, but
You
you
want
can
all of
access
them?
all the
Okay.
diamonds. At one location, you can access all the diamonds, right? Yeah, so that's it. It's just one lockbox. I know this is a bit challenge. Director Mackenzie?
I would recommend that you take it from the town capital reserve.
Okay, from the town capital reserve. Thank you. And we've got that in there, so that's covered. And I think we've covered everything. So, and I'm not reading it again, but you can all have one quick little, have we spelled association correctly? It's underlining it. Association? See, yeah, okay, why is it underlining it? It's scrolling. Okay, yes, Deputy Mayor Armour, and then I'm calling the vote.
Thank you, Worship. I don't think we need to identify Muskoka Hornets, because we're leaving them all open. It's just for the baseball associations.
The request came from the Hornets?
But we're unlocking all of them, so. Or we're leaving a key for everyone. For every
For the
diamond.
Hornets?
But Diamond, they only use Diamond F.
For their tournaments?
I don't believe they hold tournaments up here. Because the other diamonds are not hardball. There was
But Peter
bases,
said tonight
bases are
he
set
ga-
at 45 feet, not 90 feet.
He gave us.
They're not designed, in my opinion. Do they use all of them? Oh, sorry, I get corrected. Oh.
I think what he said tonight was if they need to, if it rains out in Bracebridge, they need to come up here to Huntsville to use the diamonds. That's what I heard, but I could be wrong. Okay, any more questions? I'm calling the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't need 7. Monty, did you vote in favor? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 2. Okay. Apparently, we needed 2/3. So Monty, your vote, I just want to say it, Councillor Morrison owes you a beer. is what I'm saying. Maybe that's a bit inappropriate around the council table. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And it's a pilot. It's a pilot. And I emphasize this is responsibility both ways. Right? Okay. All right. Onward and upward. That was going through council correspondence. I don't know how that landed in council correspondence. Okay, we are going to District of Muskoka, and maybe because we have closed, we can whip through the District of Muskoka update. So I'll start with Deputy Mayor Armour on engineering public works. Anything that you really want to highlight?
Just quickly, we're putting some new pumps in at the, we're putting a new pumping system in at Hodges Lane for sewage system. And the other thing I think we should probably speak about is that we had a road. Sorry, thanks for that. Got all confused. Anyhow, we had a study done on the road rationalization for the District of Muskoka, and we had a presentation given to us, and it looks like in the future, we may have some roads returned to us or offered back to us in about 47 kilometers. So it was quite a discussion on that part. They would be brought up to municipal standard before they would be returned, and we do have an option not to take them back. So anyhow, there'll be more coming after the 2023 study.
Okay, thank you for that brief presentation, Deputy Mayor Armour. And moving to Finance and Corporate Services Committee, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. You'll be happy to know that there was not a lot worth bringing to this table. Accounting and budgets, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you. And Health Services Committee, Councillor Stone.
Nothing earth-shattering. The big one was we asked staff to negotiate with staffing agencies for long-term care. which is going to cost about $4 million. A budget variance to clean up vegetation in the courtyards of the Pines. And we had a closed session regarding bid estimates for Fairburn. And that's it.
Yes, we did. Okay. Thank you for that. And I will quickly report, we had one joint meeting of the Engineering and Public Works and Community and Planning Services Committee meeting. And it was to deal with one item that actually was pretty exciting. Maybe some people don't think it was, but I thought it was. Revised water and wastewater capacity allocation policy. And the two committees adopted the new policy. Why it's exciting is it's been the bane of existence for a number of developers in our community for quite some time. This is a study that was done in the last term of council where there was a bit of a freak out by everybody because they looked at all of the current development approvals across all of the municipalities, and Huntsville being way out ahead. If all of a sudden every developer decided to move forward, we were way beyond, way over capacity. And so that was a bit of a problem. And because it's very expensive, obviously, expanding our services. So there was a review by both Public Works and Community and Planning Services, and they've come up with a new policy, which there are a number of layers, but basically, those who have not decided to move on the development of approved development lands, that it might be 20 years old, if they're not ready to go, then the approvals will start looking to those who are ready to go. And not only will they remove a current cap that's in place, the current cap is no matter how many units you're building, developer says, I'm building 250 units. Each time they get approval, it's for 50 units. So that cap has been removed. And they are moving forward on a phased approach. And so if your first phase is 75, 105, then the approval is for that number of units, and you have to sign a certificate to say, I'm ready to go, shovels in the ground, and within a certain period of time. It's not instant. But I have to say, it was a real breakthrough, and that was a big policy. So sorry about that long-winded answer, but it was neat. I won't go into a lot of detail around caps, but the one thing I thought really important from Huntsville's perspective and council is we had the final recommendations for projects under the Muskoka Affordable Housing Initiatives Program application. And Brunel Management was successful in receiving $800,000 to go towards 8 units in their current project. And so that was pretty exciting. 3 different applicants were successful in that, and Brunel was one. So that was pretty neat. I think there were a couple of other housing items. And one other thing that was really cool at that committee was committee approved the staff recommendation to look at a demand-responsive transit option under community transportation. So they're proposing to cancel their current east-west public transit route because there's absolutely almost zero ridership on it, not the most efficient. And the province has extended the timeline for the community transportation grant until March 2025. So they're proposing, because they've looked at a lot of other municipalities where they have a successful demand-responsive transit option in place, very flexible and a lot of users, we hope. And so committee, there are a lot of discussions around that, and Councillor Stone was part of that. So that's that. And District Council, we had a presentation from Charles Gardner on the Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit, and we made 2 appointments to the Gateway Home Advisory Group, and One of them was from the town of Huntsville, and that was Councillor Morrison, to sit on the Gateway Home Advisory Group. Yet again, another area where the district is involved in spending dollars on housing. And the last thing about that is we are going forward with the replacement of the Yearly Road Bridge at a $1.4 million cost. Did I get it all, Councillor Stone? Yes, you did. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And that's it for district. We have under here the CAMA Award for collaboration. Everybody's heard about the Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table that we sit on, and at the CAMA conference, the MALT table received an award for its exemplary collaboration, and in fact, Chief Williams spoke at the conference and made reference to the fact that once again, this particular forum is seen by First Nations across the country as one of the most outstanding forms of municipal Indigenous cooperation. It was a pretty proud moment for former Chair John Klink and Chief Ted Williams, who really were instrumental at getting this going. I'm correct on that. And I'm supposed to remind everybody that we are in the latter stages of the district strategic plan community engagement process. So if anybody would like to provide some input in that, they're constantly looking for anybody to provide input in that. On Monday, July 24th, we have the Muskoka Pride Community Flag Raising event at 11 a.m. at Huntsville Civic Square. And 11.6, there were just information items on the results of the Ontario Land Tribunal bylaws. So there we go. And yes, is Fire Chief Monahan, is he? Where is he? There he is. There he is. It's your time, sir. We have had a million questions, given our weather, about what's happening with fireworks. And because Chief Monahan is here with us, we thought perhaps you could speak to this. Thank you for being here, and thank you for speaking to it.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock and Council. So Mayor Alcock did ask me to come and maybe do a Q&A with Council tonight on, obviously, the restricted fire zone is still on with the MNRF. So we were going to meet today to discuss the cancellation of the Canada Day fireworks because of obviously the ban that's still on. I talked with the MNRF today. They still have currently close to 60 fires that are burning in the east and the west, as most of you could smell it yesterday. We have had significant rain, and people are going to comment on it, but we've also had significant lightning strikes. We had 2 lightning strikes today, both on structures, but there are a lot of lightning strikes. So the MNRF, we do not anticipate that the MNRF will be pulling off the ban in the next little while, but the Muskoka Chiefs we've met, and we're going to continue to support them because obviously they're the experts in this. So even though we did have a significant amount of rain, people are going to be questioning why there would still be a ban on. So nobody wants the ban off more than I do. Believe it or not, we are busier with burn complaints than we are with the ban on. So yeah, I would like to see it lifted because we're extremely busy.
Yeah, Councillor Stone.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gary.
So there's been great concern in the community, obviously with the smoke that we've recently had. So I would like to know, is Ontario or certainly our area making headway in the forest fires?
So the best conversation the conversation I had with MNRF this morning was they are making headway, but they did get, from my understanding, 7 or 8 lightning strike starts. So now they've had to take crews to deal with the start. So as they're making headway, they're getting more starts. And as we know, there was more lightning storms today, so that's going to take a couple of days, they say, for it to pop up.
As a follow-up, I've also had comments from constituents suggesting that we could do more for communication and ensuring that people know that no fireworks and we're in a full ban. So the suggestion was made to me that we put some large signs in our major corridors. Is that possible?
So through you, Mayor Alcock, that's one of the things that we had a discussion last week. So we are in the midst of gathering a couple of message boards for the entering into Huntsville from the north to south and from the east, with just reminding people that we are in our restricted fire zone. So we are just finalizing that right now, just waiting for MTO to get back to us with permission, which I won't see I don't think it'll be an issue, but those are slated to go to get picked up and put out by Wednesday if we get the permits. So
Seems a little slow, but I appreciate that.
yeah,
Thank you.
no, but yeah, so I agree, but we have talked about, we do need more signs, not just the message boards, but more normal signs, burn ban signs in our area. So we recognize that and we are working on that.
Thank you.
That's great. And to follow up on that, so going forward for the next season and all of that, maybe we will have our own signs and we'll be ready to rock and roll if we need to, right? That would be something, we're really prepared.
So, yeah, Mayor Alcock, there's going to be a report, because with the signs that go up,
Yep.
is a lot of staff time.
Right.
So when we move from low to moderate to low, low
Yep.
to high, right now with the signs that we have, it's 5 or 6 or 7 hours of staff just to go out to change the signs. So if we're adding more signs, we're going to add more time for staff to go out. I'm not against it. We're going to look at different, maybe we can get
Options.
people in the area to volunteer to change the signs. A number of people have mentioned that.
Or maybe different types of signage, that is something,
If we did
anyway,
electronics
reports.
very expensive too.
Right,
So
okay.
there's all sorts of costs to look at, but
Okay.
we're going to work on it now so that we have something for the spring.
That's great. Thank you. And Councillor Schumacher, followed by Councillor Renwick?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Alcock, to the fire chief. Are we concerned with a ban on like closing down the fireworks? People are going to do their own. I know there's no ban on selling them, but is there an expectation that if people, stores sell them, they are letting people know that they cannot put them off this weekend?
So
or at
I
any
think
time?
Director Maxwell will explain that the bylaw department has been out to the retailers. Is that correct, Director? Yes. So from my understanding, every retailer that sells fireworks bylaw has paid a visit to, and that they've explained to them that, you can sell them, but you have to let the members know, or the people know that there is a fire ban on.
Okay. Appreciate it. And Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Just, has there been a communication to the public that there's no fireworks on Saturday?
Because of tonight's meeting, we're getting that all set up, and it's going to get released tomorrow.
Okay.
Right, yes.
Thank you.
Because one of the things that we were looking at was with the precipitation that they were predicting last week for the weekend and for now, there was hope that the MNRF was going to maybe pull the ban, but from after talking with them, there's not a chance. So
Okay, so definitely there's a message going out
The message
tomorrow
is
that
gonna go
our
out that-
Canada
yeah.
Day celebrations
is canceled, yes.
are canceled. Okay, and Bracebridge did that already.
I think
right?
Bracebridge did that this morning, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we're just going to be one day behind them.
Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. I noticed whenever they sell fireworks in the stores that I go into, they have our burn policy fireworks. Have we added a total fire ban, no fireworks beside that notice, or?
Can I look at Director
Maxwell?
Maxwell for that?
Did you hear that?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I don't believe there's a specific sign that says that the fire ban is still on, but we will review that tomorrow with our bylaw staff and see what we can do.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, all round. Any other questions? Chief, thank you very much for that, because that was really important that
Thank you.
we get that message out tonight. So
We'll get it out tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So a quick go round. Are there events, updates anyone would like to share? Starting, okay, Councillor Schumacher.
Well, I'm going to follow the fire chief by announcing that the Port Sydney firefighters are doing their pancake breakfast coming up on July 9th. And those that want to come out to the Port Sydney Hall to celebrate that, it is from 8 a.m. till 11:30, $15 for adults and $5 if you are under 10 for a kid serving. So come on out and support the Huntsville firefighters.
Okay, and that is,
The 9th of
9th of-
July, Sunday morning. Pancakes for breakfast.
and I should, thank you for that. And I should remind everybody, July 1st is this Saturday, and the Rotary is doing a just a breakfast, and we're, pea meal bacon, and even though I don't eat meat, I have volunteered. They were looking for anybody from council to help them with the flipping the pea meal, and Councillor Renwick has agreed, and so has her worship. So I'm just putting it out there. I know, though, if you don't want to, you don't have to, but what you do have to do is attend July 1st, and everybody, as part of council, has to hand out cupcakes. It's a mandatory thing. No way that you get out of that. That is fun. It's a lot of fun. Sorry. Councillor Cluche, you won't be back. You're missing the cupcakes. No, we'll save you, exactly. But I do say it in all seriousness, it is really fun. I don't know why it is, but it truly is. And maybe just to see the joy, and you get lineups of people waiting. Do you remember the first time we did that, Bob? It was a hoot. So that really is, unless you have some other reason, that really is kind of, it's mandatory, in my view. Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald, do you have an event?
I do. I'm just looking at your schedule. You're flipping pea meal, and then you're doing a welcome speech at 10 a.m. Pea meal's at 9:30. You're going to be really busy. The event I'm announcing is Canada Day in Port Sydney. We have the Cameron Lockhill Pipes and Drums coming to lead us in for Canada Day. And Port Sydney Parks and Recs is having a barbecue at the beach from 11 to 3. And it's usually packed and a lot of fun.
Nice.
And the chamber also does their Citizen of the Year. The Port Sydney and Utterson Chamber will announce their Citizen of the Year that day as well. July 1st.
Wow. Which reminds me, oh no, that's at general, I'm to do that, okay, all right. We'll get to that at general, thank you. All right, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I should mention that we are still doing lots of work with mental health in our town. Mayor Alcock and myself attended the Canadian Mental Health Association's AGM on Friday, which was great, and MPP Smith was there as well, and it was a great event. Also, James Bowler from York TV and myself are putting together a bit of a feature about mental health in our community, starring people like MPP Smith and other local people that have opened up about their mental health struggles, which has been really great. And we're editing it right now, and through the editing, he's been told that they want to make it a bigger feature. So now we're going to do more work on it, and hopefully by August we'll have it together. So I'm excited about that.
That's fantastic, and thank you for raising the other event. Councillor Morrison spoke quite passionately and eloquently at that event, and it was just really well done. Thank you for doing that. Anybody else? Okay, I know, we've got it, we still have more on our agenda. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 9:01 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters pertaining to the following sections under the Municipal Act 2001, 12.1, Section 239, to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, and 12.1.1, short-term rental accommodation bylaw review, 12.2, Section 239, to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, 12.2.1, Operations and Protective Services Division Consultant Report, 12.2.2, Confidential Report OPS, -2023-32, 12.3, Section 239, 2D, Labor Relations or Employee Negotiations, 12.3.1, Confidential Report OPS, 2023-33 Winter Operations Optimization. All those in favor? And that carries. So we have a little business arising from closed session. The first one, 13.1, under short-term rental accommodation, bylaw review. Council met in closed session to receive information from the town solicitor. And under 13.2, under Operations and Protective Services Division, we had a consultant report, and council met in closed session for the town's consultant to provide a report on the Operations and Protective Services Division. And under 13.3, we had a confidential report, OPS, -2023-32, and we do have a motion arising, and it has been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that staff direction provided in closed session regarding confidential report OPS -2023-32 be adopted. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much for that. And under 13.4, we also had confidential report OPS -2023-33, winter operations optimization, and council met in closed session to receive information from the Director Ukivi. Moving right along, I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2023-75 be received and passed this 26th day of June 2023. All those in favor? And that carries. And finally, I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 10:39 p.m. All those in favor?